The Rock and Metal Combat Podcast is back, and I am with.
Oh, fuck. I just fucked up the whole thing. Hold on. Here we go. Let me. Oh, yeah. Wadzilla's here, baby. How you doing, Ralph?
That was a little pussy crack.
Sorry about that. You gotta
Uh,
do what you gotta do. I'm still hungover from Rockin' Pod.
right on. Things are the same, man. Good, bad, ugly, and beautiful.
Nice. Nice. All shit that's applied to Andrew Jacobs' wife.
Hey,
Except beautiful.
there you go. That one's from the oldies records. Oh, it came out like 50 years ago. It's called RMCP versus Andrew Jacobs.
Yeah. Oldies nuts.
I had that vinyl, but boy, does it crackle and pop. I played it too much.
How you doing, brother?
Come into my window.
Melissa Etheridge should have to pay us royalties every time she plays that song. Just saying.
I got good news. In 2 weeks, my niece is having a baby.
The bad news is it's yours.
No. Comedy ain't pretty, man. I can't wait till your granddaughter shakes that ass, that 18-year-old ass in my face when I'm 103 when I go to the strip club. No. The good news is that she's having a baby. But then there's great news. The great news, the baby is going to be a boy.
Nice.
That's the great news.
Awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah. She won't be stripping for you, that baby. Unless you frequent the gay bar. The gay. Yeah, he might grow up to be a male gay stripper.
Da-da-da-da-da-da. It's a blue oyster, baby.
Hey, at least, at least it's a boy at the end of the day. Hey,
There you go.
maybe it'll grow up mega gay and love The Cure and Manowar at the same time. Can you imagine that's mega gay?
That's gay trifecta.
Yeah.
All right. Well, so this episode, man, we're gonna do like a recap. We are doing a recap of Rockin' Pod without you there, but I'm gonna tell it from my perspective. But I think it's gonna be pretty cool because not only do we have, in the past we would have the audio version of our interviews, but for this one we have video. So if you are one of those people who have switched over to watching us on YouTube, you get to actually see the motherfuckers I'm interviewing. Some people more than other. I was pretty hungover. So some people you see it right on their face, and other people you see their chest really good while I interview them. Extremely hungover.
Well,
But
I didn't tell you this. The whole time you were in Nashville. Hey, sure, right here, man. Right here. Every single day while you were there, I wrote notes of what I did that day. So you'll be talking about the Rock and Pop, but I'll be talking about April 11th to the 13th here in my life in Florida. So you're going to get a perspective of those days from both Keith and I.
Nice. Well, you had to go to a wedding. I think I had it much easier than you. Was it a Catholic wedding?
No. You know what?
Okay.
I don't know. It was in the top of a theater. Weird, right? Outdoor, top of this big theater. It was nice, free food and stuff. And the people, my cousins and stuff that got married, they would never see this show. So I can say this with no problem. It sucked. But I like the free food. And
There you go.
my cousins are awesome. But their weddings suck. My niece,
Was it Cuban food? Did you have a Cuban sandwich? I miss those.
no, actually, there was also vegetables and stuff.
Ah, fuck that. By vegetables, you mean Andrew Jacobs?
Yeah. No, track two, side two, that vinyl. Yeah. What else did I eat? I ate like they made a special ravioli thing that was pretty good.
Nice. Nice. All right. Well, before we get into all the rock and pod and what happened to Ralph between April 11th and April 13th, um, let's get into the news. God damn it. Let's see what's going on in the world of rock and roll, according to Blabbermouth. I found this kind of funny. Former Exodus singer Steve Zetro Souza, however the fuck you say his name, he's going to celebrate the 20th anniversary of Tempo of the Damned on a Latin American tour.
Oh wow!
And it's being billed as Zetrodus instead of Exodus. Zetrodus. Written like in the same font and everything. And wow, this seems kind of weird because, if you read between the lines and you read some interviews, they're talking about how kind of leaning towards Zetro's just tired of touring and was bitching about it, and that's why he was kicked to the curb. But now here he's going on his own Latin American tour for the 20th anniversary of Tempo of the Damned, and not only is he playing songs from Tempo of the Damned, but he's playing songs that he wrote with the original Testament lineup, stuff off the Legacy. And he's doing, of course, it's Zetro. He's going to be doing some AC/DC and some other shit. But I just find it kind of odd that went from like, oh, I don't want to tour to I'm going to go tour Latin America and do Zetrodus. How you feel about that, Ralph?
Sounds cool, actually. It sounds cool. Why it sounds cool really is because Temple of the Damned. I listened to that CD like 3 weeks ago. Dude, that and Bonded by Blood are the greatest Exodus albums, in my opinion. There's something about that album, man. Temple of the Damned. It's a major return. A major return. War is My Shepherd, Blacklist, Scar Spangled Banner. That whole album, really, the whole album. And they even threw in that old song. They re-recorded a song that was never released from the
Impaler.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, no, I agree. That's a kick-ass one, and it was kind of a weird time because, previous to that, they reunited with Paul Bailoff, and they were gonna do Tempo of the Damned with Paul Bailoff, and then he died. They get Zetro back, and right before the tour, Zetro leaves.
No, wrong.
Oh, what did I get wrong?
I saw the tour. It came my way. The tour.
Oh, okay. Maybe I'm sorry. It was the South American leg when he left.
All right.
Because he did I guess he did certain dates. But the thing was, at the time, Zetro, like myself, is a union electrician. And what he was making in Exodus at that time wasn't a whole hell of a lot. I mean, you got to look at the timeline, early 2000s, thrash metal, stuff like that, versus what you would make, in a union state as an electrician. He couldn't do the tour. He'd make more money working as an electrician than singing for Exodus. So he stepped aside, and that was a big fallout. But yeah, to most people, that was a return to form. Really good shit. I'd love to go see Zetro. I only got to see him once when Exodus opened up for King Diamond. And unfortunately, no Gary Holt at that show. But I find it weird that they're kind of pushing like he didn't want to tour and that's why he's gone, to now he's doing a Latin American tour. But he is retired now. as a union electrician. I mean, Zetro's like 61, I think. Um, so maybe he's got more time on his hands, but he didn't want to do like a full Exodus tour. Who knows? I'd go see both. I would go see Exodus, currently with Rob Dukes doing the Bonded by Blood, and I'd go see Zetrodus as well. Good
Well,
shit.
if I had to pick either one, I'd go see Zetro because of the set.
Yeah. Are you not a fan of Rob Dukes, or do you not mind him?
I don't mind them. I like Shovel Kill Machine, whatever it's called.
Yeah, Shovelhead Kill Machine, good album.
That's a good album. The follow up was not as good. Exhibit A or something. That wasn't. I didn't like that.
Yeah.
And I saw Exodus with Rob Dukes, and I met Rob Dukes, and I took a picture with him.
Right on.
By the way, that night I met Gary Holt, and he was very nice, opposed to in the 80s when he was the biggest dick I ever met.
Really?
2 times I met him in the 80s. Both times major prick. First time, it was like I was bothering him for an autograph. Like he felt bothered, right? It just didn't go well and walked in, right? The second time was even worse. I'm outside and he comes out and he's literally like this with a handful of picks. And he goes, hey, can I have a pick? Like, no, that's for him. He gave 2 handfuls of picks to some dude in front of me. Couldn't give me a pick. And that day he signed like 3 or 4 CDs out of Exodus at the time. That was objection overruled. And then the next time I met him was Shovelhead Kill Machine, and he was really nice. I guess he was humbled.
Yeah, that'll do it to you.
But it's one thing when you meet somebody and they're a dick. They're like, okay, maybe he's having an off day. But when you meet him twice and he's a dick, come on. He's a dick. And to not give me a guitar pick, he was a dick.
Well, fuck him. But yeah, I'd go see either of those.
Oh, you know what I heard? I don't know how true this is.
What'd you hear?
I don't know how true this is, but I read this online. Somebody said that Gary Holt wears a wig.
Yeah, there's a lot of people that say that. How do you feel about that? Should rock stars should they wear wigs to like keep up this persona of youth and masculinity, or should they just go out there bald and play their ass off? What do you think?
Let it shine, man. Remember a couple of years ago I shaved my head completely bald?
Yeah, that was terrible.
I'm thinking of doing it again.
No.
I'm thinking about it.
Well, I mean, you can grow it back. Fuck it.
No, I like having a shaved head.
Yeah, it's easy to maintain. But I don't know. I'm big like. It is what it is. Who gives a fuck? Who gives a fuck? Like, I think it's so stupid the way Kiss wears wigs. It's like, who gives a fuck? You fucking sound the age you are. You sound fucking terrible. But I don't care about what a band looks like. I just want the fucking music. So I find it kind of silly. But there's an artist we're going to talk about here real soon that obviously dyes his fucking hair. And I'm like, why? Who gives a fuck? But anyway, teach their own.
Well, another thing. When I shaved my head bald, I was hoping my hair would come back gray, and have that Jimmy Page look.
Yeah.
And you can't see any grays. I mean, you have to get close to me. But this ain't dyed, man.
Yeah. I'm gray as a motherfucker, and I don't care. I earned all those motherfuckers. I don't.
Oh, no,
I dyed my hair in my 20s, but that was like different. That was like I was like dirty blonde, and I dyed it bleach blonde, and fuck, I don't. But now it's like I would never dye my hair to look more youthful or anything like that. I'm like, fuck that shit. I'm proud of my gray.
There was a time where I was dyeing my hair and my goatee because of the Guns N' Roses girl.
Oh, that bitch. I
She
don't
was
like her. Not a fan.
she was superficial. She didn't want grays on me. And I was like, please crack that whip a little more on me. And I listened to it. And then
Whatever happened? Did she die of crabs? Is she still alive? What happened to her?
I bumped into her at a recent Cheap Trick show. And
Yeah.
it wasn't that recent. Actually, my hair was short. So it's been like 2, 3 years now.
Yeah.
And I was with Yai. You met Yai, my childhood.
Yeah, I love that motherfucker.
No, I got a picture with Yai from 1973. Anyway, she went up to him. Yai, this and that. And I'm standing right next to Yai. She didn't notice me because my hair was short.
Yeah.
And I was like, hey, you know. And it was nice, you know. She's over me, I'm over her. It was a hi-bye thing. You ain't gonna ruin my life. That chick ruined my life. I mean, ruined it. Ruined it really bad. That yeah. But I you know, unlike you, Ian, I don't wish nothing bad on her. You know.
Nah, fuck that. I wish all kinds of bad shit on her.
Yeah.
She fucked over my boy. Eat a dick straight up.
Yeah.
Die.
Whatever. That's just,
Whatever.
you know, it was over, and it was hard getting over her, but I did it. I did it, man. I am the champion, my friend. And you know how I did it? I'm ashamed to say it. Because the Guns N' Roses chick was like 5 years younger than me.
Yeah.
I broke up with her. I just went out with 20-year-olds. Like 20, 21-year-old. I don't mean to brag, everybody, but one time I had two chicks that if you added both their ages together, they still weren't as old as me.
What's up, Billy Coin? Fucking A.
They were girls.
Oh, well, then that's different.
And over 18.
Oh, well, now I'm disappointed. Well, speaking of Bill Coin and kitty fucking, Peter Criss on his upcoming hard rock solo album says it's the album I've always wanted to do. And I beg to differ because he had plenty of chances to do hard rock albums. And I'm thinking this is purely because of the backlash over his last, like, fucking, I mean, calling it yacht rock would be an insult. That fucking, what was that horrible one with the planet Earth on the cover?
One for all.
Yeah. So now he's doing a fucking, supposedly, a hard rock album. I'll tell you what, I'm going to be a first day downloader because I love this motherfucker's voice. But he has not put out one thing worth a shit. And that's including the 78 solo album, because that's a fucking turd. That shit makes Gene Simmons' album sound good.
You know, what happens? That Peter hooks up with a guy like that dude from Hatebreed that did those Dee Snider albums.
Jamie Josta?
Man, those Dee Snider albums kicked ass. So look at Bruce Dickinson and Rob Hoffer with Roy Z. You know,
Yeah.
bring in somebody like that to Peter Criss and make it, you know, fucking Strange Waves and Mainline and, you know, no Hooligan.
Hooligan kicks ass. Yeah, we'll see what happens. You know, already I feel like, you know, this motherfucker's just got to pay for some back taxes or some shit, so he's doing this and trying to sucker some fucking kiss tards into buying this shit because nobody bought that fucking We Are the World shit he put out. You know, we'll see what happens. You know, as long as he doesn't let Steve Brown write it, like fucking that fag Ace Frehley who loves shit shoved up his ass and pills and stuff. But Peter's got a great voice, so I'll stick by it, man. If he sings some hard rock shit, man, I'm here all day for it. And if it sucks, I'm gonna call it out like a motherfucker.
Yeah, I will too.
Fucking him and his fucking pedophile buddy, fucking Bill of Coin. Let's see what else is going on here. Lincoln Park with a fucking chick front end. That's how horrible Lincoln Park is. A chick could fucking sing it. I know that sounds horrible and sexist, but Lincoln Park. Kerry King on his current relationship with Tom Araya. He says he's not the guy I started the band with. This was actually a pretty interesting article. I read it. And he's talking about how he felt like Tom changed after the death of Jeff Hanneman. You know, and he said it really kind of put the zap on Araya, and where it didn't on Kerry. And Kerry's like, it's not like, you know, it didn't affect me, but it like really affected, Tom, and made him want to like, okay, with the time I got left, I want to do something else and blah, blah, blah. But it does, the way they talk about it does kind of make the Slayer reunion shows seem kind of hollow. Which, I mean, I think most music fans can see that. Like, this is a money grab. It's not a passion project. I mean, I'm happy for anybody who gets to see Slayer because I love fucking Slayer. But it's not like, I don't know. It is what it is. It's a fucking money grab. There's, no new Slayer shit. There's no... it's just pay a bill kind of shit, But I ain't gonna lie. If they came around, I'd go see that shit. What about you? Would you go see Slayer on their current, like, I don't know if you call it a reunion or whatever the fuck. Would you go see Slayer, Ralph?
Oh, because I went to see the final tour, and that's how I'm gonna fucking remember it. Fuck you for continuing. I mean, no, I don't mean to say that. I don't mean to say fuck you to Slayer. The only way I would say fuck you to Slayer is if they come to South Florida. If you stay out of South Florida, I'll see it as the final tour, and I'm happy. And let me tell you something, that last final tour show, fucking awesome. It was great,
yeah,
and that's how I want to remember it.
Yeah. No, I saw him on the what was the last fucking the one with Gary Holt, but they didn't let Gary Holt play on it, or Repentless or whatever. Yeah, I saw that tour and it was fucking great. I mean, loved it. I was front row in New Orleans. It was a fucking amazing show.
I can't find it. I was looking for it. I never heard the album, and I have it. I have it as test pressing, which are I believe test pressings are worth a lot of money.
What's that?
The Kerry King album, the last one.
Oh, you never listened to it?
Not really. I heard a song here and there, and I put the album on the other day. It's fucking great.
I like it. I think Mark sounds awesome. Bostoff sounds awesome. I mean, it sounds like fucking Slayer with Mark singing, but it's not like Mark. Mark doesn't sound like he does in Death Angel. It's kind of like Mark doing a Tom Araya, But I dig it. A lot of people hated on that fucking shit. I thought it was good,
It turned me, but when I put it on my turntable, cleaning around the house, listening to it, I was like, man, this shit's pretty damn good.
Yeah. Well, let's flip this fucking coin. Let's talk about something that's not fucking good. Even though you could have a very different opinion because you're much more forgiving of this band than I am. Have you heard the new Ghost album? Skeet on Your Face or whatever the fuck it's called, Skatoria? Fucking, I don't know. Have you heard the new Ghost album?
I haven't because I ordered it and I'm waiting to hear it on vinyl loud in my house and digest it.
Oh.
People have been asking me to review it. But I liked the first song I heard. I didn't like the other two.
Really? Okay, well, I don't know when you say the other two. I heard the first song, and I don't know what it's called, but the chorus is like crying. Yeah, that song
Yeah,
fucking suck a dick straight up.
I just
Uh,
that's the one that I heard that I thought sucked.
okay. Second song I liked. Or I don't. No. I take that back. I forget. The first song totally fucking sucked. The second song was that crying song. That I liked everything but the chorus. I was like, okay, this is, getting a little bit heavier. And then the chorus was fucking horrible. But I got the full album and I stole that motherfucker like the pirate I fucking am because fuck them. They do not deserve my money putting out that kind of garbage. But anyway, so I listened to it today. I was like, you know what? Fuck it. You defend these fucking posers. And I'm like, I'll check it out. It was fucking horrible. Like, give me that fucking. At least it was short. I'll say that. It was like a fucking 40-minute album. But it's like, what happened to these motherfuckers? It's like it just stuck on fucking turbo. You know, it's like you used to be staying class, and now they're just stuck on full blown turbo mode. But 14-year-old girls, 14-year-old girls are going to eat this shit up. But again, disappointed, man. These last two Ghost albums in particular, I'm like, what the fuck? Even the ones before that, there would be at least like a couple songs where I'm like, okay, I like that shit. But this new one, I don't know if it's as bad as the last one, but it's pretty fucking close. I don't know. They're both fucking. I don't know. They're just, it's straight up fucking Hot Topic, fucking hard rock. I'm not even gonna call it metal. It's just
There was
fucking
like
crap.
there was like 3 or 4 songs I like off the last one, but that album was a disappointment.
Oh, okay. I thought you liked it more than you did. Okay.
I like
They
I,
got
I liked
a little bit more faith in you now.
I liked prequel a lot, and I liked what's the one Minora? What is it? Forgot. Melanora.
Yeah.
Melanora prequel, and the first one's the best. Then I say Melanora, then I say prequel.
Yeah.
I didn't like the second one though. Year Zero and Monsters Clock are awesome. Has a couple
Yeah.
and Circle of Haze, 3 good songs.
Yeah.
I actually put that on the other day because like, man, I can never get into this album. Let me try it again. And yeah, it's like those 3 songs. Oh, like those 3 are badass tunes, but the rest is like, I'm sorry, I don't get it. I don't get it. So to me, it's all about the first album, but I love the pop direction they took on prequel. And the next album had a couple great songs that would be a continuation of prequel, but it was like 2 or 3 songs. The first song off that last album was my favorite. Kaiserion. I like Call Me Little Sunshine was a good song. And I know there was another one. Watcher in the Sky.
I hated that fucking Spillway song. That one, they did it like twice, and once with fucking what's the cocksucker from fucking Def Leppard? Um,
Joe Elliott.
yeah, him. Yeah, that sucked. Horrible shit. But speaking of horrible shit, Ross the Boss says Manowar's re-recordings of the band's classic albums sound horrible. He says they're so poorly produced you can't even hear the kids crying from being fucked in the ass. Um, I guess it depends on your stereo system. But the classic Man of Wars don't sound that good, So what's
Yeah,
that say about the new ones?
yeah, whatever. I'll tell you those albums they redid. I refuse to listen to. It's just, dude, you're gonna redo these Ross the Boss albums without Ross the Boss. Fuck you. That's sacrilege, man. But I don't know
Can
what.
you can you think of a redo album though, or like a re-recording that you did like better than the original? Is there any by any band?
Oh, none. Though,
Yeah.
me and you disagree. I feel some songs off that Blitz called classic I like more than the original.
Yeah, I didn't like any of those.
I did
I
like.
will say I like the Cheap Trick Steve Albini in
Oh,
color. I like it better than you, but it's nowhere near the original. It's nowhere near. But I'm saying I enjoy it better than you, but it's nowhere. It nothing's better. The Twisted Sister, Still Hungry is nowhere near Stay Hungry. Um,
that
any
may
of these.
Still Hungry may be the worst remake album ever.
Uh, I don't know about that, but it's pretty fucking bad. I'll tell you that. It's pretty fucking bad.
Like the Bonded by Blood remake.
That one I didn't mind as much. Um, but I think what it was with the Bonded by Blood again is timeline. Um, because I'd heard a few songs off of Bonded by Blood, and then I heard the redo with Rob Dukes or whatever, and um I liked some of the shit sonically, but then when I heard the original all the way through, like even though it's very raw, I'm like, oh God, this is so much better. But again, I didn't hate it as much as you. Um, but seriously, I've never heard one bettered by any of these bands. Give it up, you know, give it up. Hey, the only thing that I think is a positive is like if the five people who bought the record, if that money goes towards the victims of Manowar, that's kind of cool. But yeah, fuck Manowar, a bunch of fucking figs. Speaking of fags, original Kiss drummer Peter Criss once again was presented with a legacy award at a benefit for first responders. Which is funny because Peter Criss was a last responder while his manager was fucking children in the ass. So yeah, you Kiss fans love pedophilia and you support it. You all need to die. Spine Shake. Nobody gives a fuck about Spine Shake. Exodus just did a show where they were joined by not only Rick Holnett but early bassist Jeff Andrews, who was there before Ron. What was the dude's name? Or no, Rob McCown. How
He,
the fuck you say
that guy was a very nice guy when I met him.
Rob McCallop or something like that? Anyway, the bass player everybody knows from the early fucking Exodus, but I was pleasantly surprised the footage I saw from the couple new shows I've seen with Rob Dukes. I was like, don't sound too bad. Don't sound too bad, And I love seeing Rick Holden. I want the H team in fucking Exodus as much as I love Lee Atlas from Heathen. Great guy, man. When I saw Exodus with him, he was fucking phenomenal. There's no complaints. But to me, I want the H team in fucking Exodus. Um, and there was talk, there was rumors that once Zetro left, that Rick Holnett was going to come back. But now he's got that amazing new super group that we talked about in last week's episode with fucking Keenan and fucking Will Carroll and the other guys from Heathen and shit. So good for him. Whatever, man. That shit kicked ass. What's that? Nefarious? God damn. And I'm happy to see there's a lot of really good response about that Nefarious too. I've seen a lot of shit online where people are like really fucking digging that. And that makes me feel good because it's like, oh, good. You fucking tards online actually like something that's good. Um, but again, I'd like to see him back in Exodus full time, but whatever. You want to talk about a real fucking abortion? Here we go. Sammy Hagar says he's singing Flying High again at Ozzy's final concert. What the fuck?
I'm
What
telling you,
the?
if you got Ozzy today, up again, prop him up on the mic and have him try to sing Flying High again, mumble through it, it'll still be better than what Belcher can do.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what I want Ozzy? You know what I want Hagar to sing at Ozzy's final concert? D.
Yeah.
Just shut the fuck up. You fucking, this fucking fucktard playing fucking Flying High Again, one of the greatest Ozzy Osbourne songs of all time. If you're talking about like solo Ozzy Osbourne, I mean, how many songs can you put above Flying High Again?
Not many.
Yeah, not many. And you're gonna let this cocksucker get up and do that? How about you get fucking? I'd rather hear David Lee Roth croak fucking any fucking Sabbath song because I actually toured with Black Sabbath, you know, than this fucking fucktard.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ. Have you heard the new song that he put out? The one that he said Eddie
yes,
came to him and wrote.
I did a news report about it.
Okay, I almost listened to it and I was like, why do this to myself? In a couple weeks, I'm gonna be 51 years old. Why torture myself? Listen to this shit. I know it's gonna be horrible, but Ralph, you listen to it. How horrible is it? Is it, or did you like it?
No, it was fucking terrible. Um, the first like 10 seconds are great because Satriani does some stuff that I've never heard him do before that was actually good. Because I don't like Joe Satriani. I think
Yeah,
he's boring live. I own Surfing with the Alien. That's all I got. But I don't see
yeah,
whoop about him. But anyway, the intro of the song is great. It's the best thing I ever heard Satriani ever do. But it only lasted like 10 seconds. And then it goes into a generic hard rock riff with your horrible Vangina lyrics, with the Vangina voice. And yeah, it does a couple changes. There's like a chant. It's fucking horrible. It's horrible. And for him to say, "Oh, Eddie came to me in a dream and we wrote a song." Number one, you're insulting Eddie. But number two, he later said, "Yeah, and Joe Satriani came up with that solo and this and that." And I'm like, "I thought Eddie wrote everything with you." Piece of shit. It's terrible. And just to go to show, it's all about Sammy Hagar. He does
oh yeah,
a song with Joe Satriani, Michael Anthony, Kevin Aronoff, whatever that drummer is.
yeah.
He calls the song Sammy Hagar. He puts nobody else. Sammy Hagar, what is it? Good night, thank you, encore, or something like that. And Sammy Hagar taking all the credit. Not Sammy Hagar and Hagar, but then again, Alex Van Halen is just itching to call his lawyer. If he would have said, "Yeah, Eddie wrote this," oh yeah, then give me a portion of it. And think of this, dude. Eddie Van Halen's gonna visit Sammy Hagar's dream to write a song, and not Alex Van Halen's dream or Wolfgang Van Halen's dream. Hell, even Mitch Malloy's dream.
uh, Go off on this motherfucker more. I gotta piss. I'll be right back.
Well, go look at my news section. I don't have it here handy, but I said in my news thing that Eddie actually came into my dream, and we didn't write a song. We wrote a whole album, and all the song titles were very long, like "F you, Sammy," this and that. It's pretty funny, so go check it out. And yeah, I hope Ian hurries because now I got to take a piss. You're looking at a guy with a face that wants to take a piss. Anyway, what else is new with me? None of your business. Really, what the fuck? Mind your business. You guys are awesome. Thank you so much for joining Ian and I. I love the Rock and Metal Combat Podcast community. We're all awesome. We got that Facebook page. Everybody gets along now that we got rid of a bunch of dickwads. The Facebook page now has never been better. A lot of activity going on, a lot of talking, a lot of music sharing, a lot of people speaking. I'll say it to Ian right now, and Ian will agree with me. Isn't the Facebook Rock and Metal Facebook page better now than it's ever been?
I would agree with that. Yes.
No drama, no bullshit. Everybody just getting along. Nobody getting upset. You know, some people writing shit about bands I like that they think suck. I don't get upset. I don't even comment, you know. But yeah, no more. Wah, you're making fun of bands I like. Wah.
I can't stand that shit. Bunch of pussies.
Yeah, but I don't want to talk about that. We talked about that crap already so much. It should be a dead issue, you know.
All right. Speaking of dead issues, so Zach Starkey's back in the Who now.
Oh yeah. Before I get into that, I have something very and please, Ian, I don't want to edit this episode. So
Okay.
please don't say the name. But I got a screenshot the other day from somebody from our past leaving a comment on a video saying, "Where'd you get your information from Wadzilla and Dr. Fuck and you know a couple other things that we suck?" And it was a video about Pink Floyd. I'll just leave it there. I think you know.
What? What? I thought we were on good terms.
It's been what 11 years since he's been on the episodes. Amazing. But yeah, let's just keep moving. Let's keep talking. But I'm gonna go fill my glass, and I gotta also take a piss.
All right. Yeah. So anyway, so Zach Starkey got fired from, Zach Starkey, Ringo's kid, got fired from the Who, and now he's back in the band again. My point is, who gives a fuck? The fucking Who. They're fucking done. It's fucking done. That goose is fucking cooked. I love the fucking Who, don't get me wrong, but the Who died in fucking 1978, you know. Who gives a fuck? Let's see what else is going on. Oh, Black Flag announces fresh lineup of new music and tour dates. Yeah. No Rollins. Who gives a fuck? Let's see here. What else is going on here?
Tell me if the microphone picks up this fart. Hold on.
Go ahead. I heard it.
Oh, awesome! It worked. I don't have to fix the settings now. You can hear my farts.
Nice. Well, if any of you fucking fagulas out there are going to go see Ghost, don't bring your phone because they have a phone ban for their new tour, which I'm not against. That shit don't bother me. But
you're also a hypocrite.
Yeah, yeah. No, it doesn't bother me. Well, then again, here's one of those things. Like I'm pissed about having to turn my phone in, but that's only because I'm not the asshole recording this shit.
Yeah, you support the asshole recording the shit.
Yeah, no, but you're good about it, but most people aren't you. And that's the thing. I would say overwhelmingly, most people don't that record shows or use their phones do not have the courtesy and the tact that you use, that I've seen you use at live shows. Most people are fucking douchebags that just fucking hold this shit up over their head and do all this shit. They're not watching the show. And it is a. Go ahead.
My point is, you know, as much as you dislike people filming shows, once they upload it, and if it's a band of interest, you're going to go look at it. Now, before this ever happened, we wouldn't know how bad, if they were really bad or whatever. We wouldn't have never seen that footage of Perry Farrell getting in a fight with Dave Navarro if it wasn't for people in the audience with their phones out. My point is, yes, it's annoying. I get it. It doesn't bother me, but I get how it annoys other people. But my point is, those people that annoys will be right on YouTube looking at the footage that these people shot. That's my point, man.
Oh, I will say that. I mean, I will say yes. I will watch something that somebody filmed. Um, because I'm a fucking Uber fan. I want to see shit, but at the same time, I do find it annoying when people record and like I've stressed, unlike how you record, you find like a good spot and you do not obstruct anybody's views. Um, it's way different how you do it than most people do it. And I still find like I don't know how you find like that perfect balance of like I'm watching the show but yet I'm holding my phone. Where most people it's like it's up here and they don't give a fuck and I don't know, it's just like something they want to put on fucking TikTok. And another thing is like trying to judge a show by what you see off of somebody's shitty fucking phone. Uh like yeah, if you catch a fight like Jane's Addiction, yeah, that's kind of cool. But for most point, you see some video, it's like the sound quality is shit. You can't really judge what that person's tour is or how they play by somebody's shit phone. Um, but I do find it funny that like these bands that put out the straight like phone fucking like you can't have it. Um, I do kind of feel as much as I hate it, I think that is kind of extreme. Uh, because it sucks like the band Extreme. Because something you have to look at a lot of us, the people that love this kind of music, we are older, we have children or grandchildren or something like we need to like be able to be reached in case of an emergency. Even though back in the day, tough shit, but it is like nice to have if there is an emergency. But there's people who fucking abuse it. And that sucks. But at the same time, I'm not a big fan of these phone bans. I think it's kind of silly and pretentious. And I think a lot of times, like, oh, they're more afraid of um, you find out it's a shitty set list or they don't sound that good than it is worrying
Well,
about the other.
I'll tell you what Tobias said, and you can take it as pure bullshit with a grain of salt. I kind of see both sides. Tobias is doing it. It's probably bullshit, but he even said in an interview, "I'm not doing this because of my music and copyright and this and that. I'm doing it for people to remember how it was like to go to a show and have nobody with phones out. You know, that's what he said in the interview. Whether it's true or not, I don't know. But I can tell you this. I wish we all had phones in 1982. I'd love to get footage of Ozzy biting the head off that bat.
Yeah. No, I see both of them though. But I mean, as somebody, we're, relatively close in age, this whole thing of everybody filming everything, it does suck. It does suck compared to like, I love my memories, whether I have them or not. There's plenty of shows I've went to that I don't remember because I was so fucked up, but I know I had a fucking good time. And I cannot be bothered to look through, the camera lens to see if I'm filming right. I want to be in the fucking moment. I would rather remember shit my way than like a total accurate representation of what was there. That's just me though. But what I don't like is the cocksuckers in front of you like this. But I'm not a big fan of an outright band either. So I'm kind of in the middle. But I would encourage people that go to shows.
I go.
Let
It's
let let some let some other faggot fucking record that shit,
coming.
You watch the show and have fun. If you want to go online, you can go on YouTube. There's going to be some fucking douchebag there that doesn't give a fuck that recorded the whole thing, and you can go watch it. But as a participant, as a concert goer, enjoy it, man. Sit there and fucking, enjoy the show. Don't watch it through a fucking lens. Don't do all that fucking shit, And again, Ralph, I know you are an exception to the rule. I saw you the Rush show we went to. You found like a good spot. You held your phone like this, but you stood up and you enjoyed the show. But you are the anomaly. You are not like the regular person at these shows.
Filmed them. I only filmed like 4 songs, 3 or 4 songs.
I know, but still, when you recorded them, though, you had your camera, your phone held low. You weren't holding up. You weren't fucking anybody else's view up. You weren't doing any of this shit. You just recorded it, and that's awesome. That's great, you know. But I would rather myself, and this is just me. I would rather sit there watch the show. I don't give a fuck if I'm fucking wasted or whatever. I want to fucking do all this, but everybody's different. Like you hate drunk people who sing and scream at the show. And I get that too. You know? But like the way that drunk people singing the songs annoys you, that's how somebody holding a fucking phone over their head and fucking up my view affects me. And I'm like 5'9.5", 5'10" in the heels. Okay? I have enough problems seeing shit at a show, let alone some fucking cocksucker holding up their fucking, flip phone over me. So, fuck them. But, if you go to a ghost show, I think they just don't want you to know they're playing fucking horrible fucking pop music.
It's coming my way. I may go. I saw the set list, what they're doing in Europe, and like the first half, I really don't care for, but the second half is really good. So I may
Yeah.
go, and if I got to put my phone in a pouch, so be it. I don't go.
Yeah.
Believe me, Ghost wouldn't be a band I would film. See, that Rush show was the last tour,
Oh, yeah, no, I get that, man.
It has to be a special show for me to whip
Yeah.
out. It has to be very special. And honestly, I don't think I've filmed a show in a long, like years.
Yeah.
Every show I go to, I don't film because it's not that. You know what it is too? Here's another thing. I stopped filming shows also is because why am I filming a show that there's other people in here filming? Let me go just watch their shit and not film.
There you go. There you go. There you go. And a lot of times you see a lot of shows, not only are jackasses in the audience filming it, but a lot of times there's pro shots. A lot of bands, you can see some shit that was recorded much better than somebody's going to do on their fucking iPhone, so anyway. But let's talk. This is the best fucking story of the week. We're probably going to have some other ones, but in my opinion, this is the story of the fucking week. Did you hear Black Mamba?
Oh my God, it's the best thing he's done since fucking Dirty Diamonds.
Oh, I fucking love it. Now, here's something I'm interested in hearing your opinion on this because I know how you are about shit. And I watched the great Pete Pardo from Sea of Tranquility talking about it. And he gave like praise to the song, but he could not stand the yayas. I loved the fucking yayas, and I thought it fit in great. To me, I think it's so funny that Robbie Krieger is a guest guitar player on this track, and to me, it was very like Doors, like kind of. I heard like "My Wild Love Went Right In," kind of vibe from this, but holy fuck, and the bass of Dennis Dunaway. Whoo! At Rockin' Pod, we're going to get into it later, but I was right next to Chuck Garlick, who's played bass, or Garlick or whatever. He's played bass for Alice Cooper forever. And I almost went up to him, but the guy was kind of doing his own thing and having fun and talking to people, and I didn't want to be that fucking douchebag. I was like, I'll let him fucking enjoy himself. I'm not going to go bother the guy. But I've seen Alice with Chuck a bunch of times, and he fucking does great. And that's what I wanted to go say is, man, you do Dennis Dunaway proud, when you do, your bass work and shit. Sounds great. But this new fucking Alice Cooper track, man, holy fuck do I love it. And I take it you like it too, Ralph?
I love it. And I'm like, God, man, what a well-kept secret. I didn't know nothing about this shit. So you brought it up last week. And then like a week later, here's a new song. And I was like, when I saw that, I was like, oh shit. Okay, I gotta hear this. I'm hoping it's better than that crap bonus track remake. Holy fuck, it was total Alice Cooper. It was
Oh
so
yeah.
Alice Cooper group feel. The Yaya is total, killers. Like
Yeah.
yeah, you drive me nervous type shit. Um, but this one I kind of hear Black Juju in it too.
Yeah.
It's got a lot of elements of the original Alice Cooper band, which is my favorite Alice Cooper era. So I'm extremely curious to hear it, and I'd love to see what they're going to do with Glenn Buxton. Where's Glenn Buxton going to be on the album? I'm hoping to hear that, and I'm hoping it blows me away like Glenn Buxton blew me away when he was alive.
Yeah. And that's the thing too. It's not like cut and dry how that's going to be. I mean, there's been talk about like what they're using was an unused Glenn Buxton demo, but is it his actual playing or is it somebody else copying what he played? That we don't know yet. I got a feeling they're mixing in his original playing. But I was so excited about this because on the last like four Alice Cooper albums, there has been a track featuring members from the original band. I didn't like any of them. I didn't like a single one of them. I'm like, this sounds like shitty Alice Cooper solo. It doesn't sound like the Alice Cooper band. I talked about in the last episode, I almost felt like it was Alice Cooper, like, I'm purposely going to pick something that sucks to make it look like I'm the star, and they had nothing to do with it. That's how bad I thought those songs were. But this one, I agree with you totally, Ralph. This sounds like Alice Cooper to me, the band. I'm so excited. And, there's been talk like, will there be some shows with the band? Alice is being kind of vague about that, saying there might be a few shows here and there. But typical Alice saying the other guys aren't up to it physically, but I am, kind of self-righteous shit that I don't like about Alice. But in a way, he's right, though. Alice never stopped doing it. These guys stopped. And then you got to look at how these other guys play, like particularly Dennis Dunaway. Like Dennis Dunaway is I mean not Dennis Dunaway, Neil Smith. Neil Smith is such an amazing drummer. Now, can he drum that same shit he did in the Alice Cooper band at almost 80 years old without fucking killing himself? I don't know. What is Michael Bruce bringing to the table at his age? The one who I've got no doubt about is Dennis Dunaway on bass, because that bass in Black Mamba is fucking incredible and is so old school Alice Cooper. God damn, I fucking love it. Woo, boy, and there's so much other shit like coming out like I could give two fucks about. I could get fuck this, fuck that. It doesn't really fucking tickle my sphincter. But Black Mamba, holy shit.
When's it coming out?
July, I think it's the end of July, July 25th. I could be wrong. I know it's July, but I can't remember if it's the beginning or the end. For some reason, I think it's the end of July.
I'm pre-ordering the compact disc.
Yeah.
All about CDs now.
I know, and that's the fucked up thing is I saw the different bundles you could get. Like, there's multiple vinyl ones that, the colored vinyl, the regular vinyl. And then there's one that comes with a 7-inch. But what sucks is like the bundle, it comes with like a t-shirt and a 7-inch, and it comes with the CD, but it doesn't come with the vinyl. And I'm kind of like, well, what the fuck? You know?
We were talking about that on Almost Human Live. And I was
Yeah.
like, I got the Michael Sweet solo album 10 that brought a single.
Yeah.
No?
Yeah, I don't know. It's kind of weird. And then there's also I saw something on Facebook the other day. Um, I was kind of looking up to see if it's legit or not. But there's autograph versions of the vinyl that you can buy that unfortunately are going for like $80. But I'm thinking about it, like if I knew it was legit, I would probably pay $80 for a double vinyl. The vinyl is a double vinyl. Um, the one thing that I like is I can't remember how many tracks are on this album, but it's not like super retarded. I think it's like 12, which does break my rule of 10, but 12 I can deal with. But a lot of times on some of the newer vinyl, when they're really concerned about the sound of it, it'll be like at half mast or half speed. So you could see with 12 tracks being two vinyls. I'm all for it if it's like sonically, it's is the reason you're making it that. But oh, I mean, this is the kind of shit like fuck. I wish my dad was alive to see this shit, man. You know, if my dad could hear this fucking song, I
Yeah.
know he'd love it. I mean, it's fucking incredible, and so much better than anything else I'm hearing from all these other people. And to me, it captured what they are. And I don't give a fuck what Pete Pardo. I'm gonna call him fucking Pete Retardo because those fucking yayas fucking are amazing to me, man. I fucking love this shit.
You
I've
know,
listened to Cooper so much lately.
if your dad was alive and he heard that new Alice Cooper song, he'd say to you, "See, Junior, man behind the mask needs nuts. You're an idiot."
Yes, yes, he would. Oh, yes, he would. God, it does though. It puts a smile on my face though, because I know, like, God damn, my dad would have loved this song, you know. And I'm just really fucking happy about it, and I'm glad, like, you know, instead of these like one-off tracks we're hearing on shitty Alice Cooper albums, and you know, these are songs that wouldn't have made fucking Muscle of Love, you know. And to hear a song like Black Mamba, and I can only imagine where it's going to go from here. I'm really hoping the album is like an old school Alice Cooper group album where it's very varied, you know, in style and structure. And I gotta say, you know, Bob Ezrin, the production sounded good. I'm a very hard critic on Bob Ezrin, especially anything post 70s, but I thought it sounded good, and I'm really excited. Really excited. But what I'm really pissed off about is the amazing tour that's going on right now. Alice Cooper, Judas Priest, and Corrosion and Conformity. And unfortunately, Ralph, it's not coming to either you or me. But I talked, Sinzak's going to see it in Nashville. Or not necessarily Nashville, but in Tennessee. I'm almost thinking about fucking traveling to see this shit. You know, to see Judas Priest another time and to see fucking Cooper again. I mean, yes, you know, it's most likely not going to be the Alice Cooper group, but god damn, what a lineup those two and fucking COC.
No, you know why they're playing Tennessee? Because there's a big gay community there.
There is. There is, and I'll get into that. Let's see what else is going on. Ozzy Osbourne is in heavy training for final concert. I'm waking up my body after going through all this surgery. Uh, what's your opinion on this final concert? Do you think Ozzy's even going to play? What the fuck's going on here?
I don't know, man. I think what I heard already was he's he's gonna be sitting down and he's doing bits and pieces of songs. And we already got Belcher doing a whole song. It's not gonna be good. To me, the highlight of that shit is Rudy Sarzo, Jakey Lee, and Bill Ward. Those three people are the highlight for me.
Yeah. But who in the fuck are, you know, is the other original Sabbath going to play with? That's what I'm wondering.
I'm sure some band, some singer, maybe James Hetfield will go up and do a tune, and
I wish Dio was still alive. God damn it.
He wouldn't do it. He would
Yeah.
not do it. It's an Ozzy thing. He wouldn't do that.
Yeah, you're true. Right, you're right.
But you know, I keep seeing people online going, they need to get Ian Gillan back and do Born Again reunion. Do you have any idea how he can sing Disturbing the Priest today? It would be fucking embarrassing to get
Yeah.
to do Born Again material. It would be fucking embarrassing. But people,
Yeah. I mean, even though we both agreed, I think last year both of our favorite album was that last Deep Purple, but
yeah,
it's Ian Gillan singing in a different style, you know?
he's great on it, but in that way. And
Right.
talking about Bob Ezrin, that guy's been doing nothing but home runs with Deep Purple. But the last
Yeah.
songs are horrendous. They're horrendous, dude. Personality number 9. Welcome to my nightmare. Detroit.
Yeah.
You know. Uh,
Yeah.
I,
Roadhead or whatever the fuck it was called. Yeah. Road Stories.
I didn't like any of them. Road
Yeah.
Stories a little more garage rocky, which was okay. It was better than what was before, but it's still the songs weren't there, man.
Yeah.
And
Well, speaking of
that's Bob Ezrin.
Yeah. Well, speaking of somebody who needs to die already, Richie Blackmore rolls out performing in a wheelchair. Doesn't want to be remembered like that. I don't. I don't want Richie Blackmore to be remembered like fucking Blackmore's Night. I think that's worse than him. I'd rather see him with Deep Purple in a wheelchair than playing fucking menstrual fucking music. My opinion, but apparently he's not doing too good, and that sucks. I mean, it is Richie Blackmore, but to me, Richie Blackmore died a long time ago. To me, Richie Blackmore died when he quit Deep Purple. Just saying. What do you think? What says you, Ralph?
I'm a big Richie Blackmore fan, though I admit I do have to be in the mood. But I enjoyed Blackmore's Night, but I got to be in the mood for it, especially the first one, Shadow of the Moon. I thought was an excellent album. But yeah,
Well, that's true. That's proof you can't just put a dick in your mouth. You got to be in the mood.
exactly.
Terrible.
I am in the mood tonight. 1 a.m. at 15 Boulevard, 23rd Street Glory Hole. I'll be on the sucking end.
All right, let's see. Oh shit, fuck. All right. Well, we've been caught up through the fucking news. So now let's go into a recap of Rockin' Pod, which unfortunately you weren't there for.
Yeah, but I got that weekend over here.
Yeah, you had a great wedding weekend. So I arrived in Nashville Wednesday night at midnight. Poor Chris Czynszak, because he had to work on Thursday. And I was like, oh yeah, I come in Wednesday and at midnight. But him and his beautiful wife Michelle picked me up. Came back home, went straight to bed, and then the next day, Thursday, there was a local show. It was all local bands, which was kind of cool, and it was a cool venue we went to. It was at this place. There's a thing, you might be familiar. There's some white people in Miami. This shit called Top Golf. Have you ever heard of this gay fad? Okay, Top Golf. Yeah, it's fucking horrible. But anyway, there's a Top Golf place there that has a music venue. And that's where this show was. And it was all local bands. But went there. Metal Mike was there. Bushy was there. And Bushy's girlfriend was there. We hung out and had a good time. But most people were tired. Most people were tired either from traveling. I had jet lag, all this shit. We ended up leaving early, but it was still fun. You fast forward to Friday, got up, we had the Rockin' Pod Jam, which was other podcasters who are musicians or amateur musicians get together and play. I did Same Old Song and Dance by Aerosmith, and I blew out my voice. That fucked me the whole weekend. But it was still fun, you know. But then the big thing was Friday night. And here's the thing. Like, once Rockin' Pod starts, and Ralph, you know this from past Rockin' Pods, you're constantly going from one event to the other. There's like no time to breathe or anything like that. Like we did the Rockin' Pod Jam, and then it's like go home, take a shit, and then you have to be at Rare Hair, which is something they've done every Rockin' Pod. That's a lot of fun. It's all local musicians. It's all musicians who appear at Rockin' Pod. They get together, they do covers, and they do all this shit. It was at a new venue again this year. I forget the name of this place. Something in Third. It was like the name of the street. Wow. It was so much fun. So much fun. Everybody was there. It's Friday night. Everybody's, at this point, everybody's there. And that's where I first met Travis Peretta. Was amazing. And Stephen Holden. Fucking amazing. But what a good time, man. A lot of good covers, a lot of good musicians playing. It was pretty fucking amazing. It was a good night. The only problem was it was a great night. Here, I'm going to show you a picture here. I'm going to put one up. I'm going to show you how drunk I got Friday night. Here we go. Bear with me. For those of you who watch this on YouTube, you can see the pictures. This is how drunk I was Friday night. You see who I'm with? I got so fucking wasted. Me and the villain of the previous Rockin' Pod, Ron Keel, I was like, fuck it, man. I'm like, Ron Keel, what's up, man? I'm like, you do a lot for Rockin' Pod, man. You're an awesome dude. What's up? We were outside the fucking venue drunk. Dude, he was just as drunk as I was. We were wasted. I'm like, let's get a picture. Wadzilla Ron Keel. And that's, the proof is in the pudding. But it was a fun night. It was really, really good. But after you see this picture, I went on to drink for about another 5 or 6 hours. So Friday night, I stayed up till about 4 a.m. getting drunk with the two Daves, who I talked about previously on the last episode. That is Dave Nasty and Dave Nice. They were staying the same. We had a Friday night. We went to a Airbnb. We rented a house. It was me, Chris Sinzak and his wife, the two Daves, and myself. And we all had our own rooms and shit. Really cool. This is showing me how we're going to do it next year at Rockin' Pod. Which if there is a Rockin' Pod next year, we are going all out. Because I think it could be the last. Fuck it, because we're getting old. I know I talked about morbid in the last one. I'm going to die soon. You're pretty fucking old yourself. I say the next Rockin' Pod, we go all out. If you don't go to the next Rockin' Pod, suck a dick straight up. Tough shit. I don't want to hear no crying about, oh, I never got to hang out with Wadzilla and Dr. Fuck. If you don't go to the next Rockin' Pod, I don't want to hear no fucking bitching. But yeah, I stayed up till about 4 a.m. and poor Sinzak trying to wake me up the day of Rockin' Pod, like fucking 7:30, 8 a.m. I'm like, oh man. I'm like crawling into the fucking shower, like, okay, gotta get ready. We get there early. I'm so hungover. I don't have you there. I don't have any help. I've just got like this bag of equipment, and I'm just like, oh fuck, I got to do this all myself. I couldn't even figure out my microphone. Andy Connors, who I know you might not know him by name, Ralph, but I know you know him if you saw him because he's been in every Rockin' Pod, always does the sound and shit. He had to help me with the fucking mic and everything. I was rough. I was fucking rough setting this shit up. And you see all these other podcasts around us. They've got billboards. They've got all this shit behind them, all this stuff. I ain't got nothing. All I've got is the buttons we've been trying to give away since Rockin' Pod 2. You know what I'm talking about. Our Rockin' Pod buttons and shit. I got those spread out on the table. I'm setting up the fucking laptop. But I'm like, okay, let's do something different this year. So I'm like, I'm going to set up the camera so I can videotape who we're interviewing. At least, like, you can see who I'm, you're not going to see us together because we don't have multi fucking cameras or anything. But I'm going to set up a camera so you can see who we're interviewing. And I'm trying to set all this shit up. And I'm like, I'm the guy that can't even figure out Patreon. I'm trying to do all this shit. I get it going. Our first interview was Joey Bro, who, are you familiar with Joey Bro, Ralph?
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's my first interview at 10 in the morning. 10 in the morning is before Rockin' Pod even starts up. Rockin' Pod starts at 11, but it's like 10 o'clock for people who pay for early, access and all that kind of shit. So I know, like, right off the bat, I got him. And I have been warned 4 times about my interview with Joey Bro. Like how I have to be to him, how, be nice, do not be rude, do not be, rock and metal combat podcast to him. I'm like, no, I'm going to be cool. The guy, he's an internet sensation. But I'm hungover as fuck. I'm so like, oh, and I got to talk to this guy. And I don't know what to talk to him about. He doesn't have any fucking albums. He doesn't have anything like that. I'm just like, okay, I got to be nice and I got to talk to this guy. So what you're going to hear right now is my first interview of the day with Joey Bro. And I will say this, it's not the best interview, but I can't blame anything on him. It's all on me because I'm hungover, just waking up. Here is me and Joey Bro. Rockin' Pod 2025. All right, well, this is the Rock and Metal Combat Podcast, and you are our first guest today. I'm very honored to have just an internet sensation, man. I've been watching you for years. Joey Bros for the listeners. And how did you get started in all this, man? What made you start posting this? Was this you, or did a friend get you?
I started, doing posts just because it's a hobby to me, that's something I enjoy, singing, and I enjoy music so much. It comes from the soul, and I started like 10 years ago.
Yeah, been a minute.
And posted it on Facebook before we had Instagram and TikTok and all that other shit around. So that's how that started.
Nice. And you're in Louisiana? Where at? I just moved from New Orleans. I lived there for 14 years.
About 70 miles from New Orleans.
Okay.
North of New Orleans.
Okay. All right. Well, are you surprised by how famous you got off of this?
Surprised? Well, the fans surprised me. That's the surprise. And the love. That's a surprise. And I'm overwhelmed in that. And that's a great feeling.
Yeah.
As far as where I'm at in this position, man, I'm no different than anybody else.
Right. Well, you make a lot of people happy, man. You bring a lot of joy, and that's
what makes you keep going, I guess.
Oh,
when
yeah.
you do stuff like that.
And I tell you what,
Keep forcing it on.
You've been the talk of this so far. Everybody was talking about you being here. It's like a big deal. You know, a lot of these times it's rock stars, but now it's all about you. And unfortunately, I just missed you yesterday. What song did you get up and sing last night? Was it ZZ Top?
Yeah, ZZ Top. Give me all your loving.
Nice. And what's your favorite type? Is, you know, you like all kinds of different stuff, or?
I like country music. I do it well. You know, actually, I'm pretty much, that'd be my favorite of all, you know, because of my voice tone, you know, and I can cover a lot of artists in country. But rock and roll, believe me, I can take it there too.
Yeah.
Because we have a lot of rockers out there.
Yeah.
So I want to make them happy too. I'm trying to grab everybody and make them whole. Give them a piece of something of what they like.
Right.
That's why I cover a lot of bands. And I really never, you know, that's why I read lyrics, because there's so many songs.
Yeah.
A lot to learn. You know.
So, when did you first realize how popular this was? And, you know, when did you start getting recognized when you go out? And...
Yeah, that kind of started picking up. And, it's just, a lot of times you go somewhere and eat, you know, somebody will come to the table, can I have a picture or whatever?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all good.
Yeah.
I understand. I mean, I'd be the same way.
Have you ever had any, like, you know, negative encounter, you know, where somebody, you know, you just wanted to relax and people wouldn't leave you? I imagine that's got to be kind of.
Yeah, it's nice to go to a place and not have to worry about it. Just be normal like everybody else.
Yeah. But on the flip side of that, I'm sure it feels nice, you know.
But I'm not going to hide from the public at all, you know. I'm out here with you, living with you, man. You know, much love to everybody.
That's great. How are you enjoying Nashville?
Love Nashville. It's an awesome place. Music land, man. Yeah, it's it.
Awesome. Well, do you have any plans? Is there anything more you want to do with this fame you have now? Or?
You know, sky's the limit. You know, let it go.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm in my golden years right now. I'm going to go out with a bang.
That's
They'll
great.
remember me when I go there.
Oh, yes, they will. Yes, they
They
will.
won't forget. And we're making memories, and that's
Yeah.
I will be remembered for.
Well, what plans do you have for the rest? Are you here for the weekend, or?
Yeah, I'll be leaving and going back to Louisiana tomorrow.
Okay. But having a good time while you're here.
Yeah.
That's awesome. And is there anything else you want to tell your fans and, you know, tell the millions of people watching you?
Just keep on following me because we got some interesting stuff fixing to come to you. And it's going to be the bro show, okay?
That's awesome.
Heck yeah.
Joey, it is a pleasure to meet you. You're a great guy. You bring a lot of joy, man. And I'm so happy that you came to this. That's awesome. All right. So there it is, you know, for better or for worse, me and Joey Bro, I went very nice on the guy. I was told, you know, he doesn't know that there's people who hate him. I didn't know there was people. I thought everybody loves this guy online. But apparently he gets a lot of hate too. But I wasn't out there to smear this guy. I just want to talk to him, have fun. You know, I thought we could talk about fucking Louisiana, you know, but, you know, short answers. Not only was he my first interview of the day, I was the first guy to ever interview him. He had never done an interview before our interview for the Rock and Metal Combat podcast. So short and sweet, but it is what it is. And then I kind of had to suck it up for Tom Zuta. Now, Tom is somebody, you know, and I mentioned in this interview, like I knew this guy's name from, you know, reading liner notes. I was one of those kids, always read the liner notes in the albums, all this shit. You know, so I knew his name from a long time ago, but I was like, what am I going to ask this guy? Again, not a musician. I don't have albums to refer to, but this guy has history like crazy. But I started to come to, and I got to tell you, this was one of my favorite interviews of all weekend. Me and him really fucking clicked, and I think there's a good chance we are going to have Tom on the show. This guy has stories for days. And here we go. I gotta post it up. Got my picture with him. I got multiple pictures with Tom. A sweetheart of a guy. We had a lot of fun. There we are. There we are. That's me and Tom Zuta having a great time. I think a lot of people are going to love this interview. And he told me he told stories he's never told before. Turns out we both can't come from the same fucking city in Illinois. Like, we talked about this after the interview. Really cool shit. Nice guy. And I really hope we get him back on the show. Great interview with the one and only Tom Zuta. All right. I'm here with industry legend Tom Zuta. Did I pronounce that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Awesome. You are somebody that, I mean, ever since I got into music, I was always the guy, I'd get the booklet, you know, and I'd read all the people in there and, you know, would see your name in the Motley Crue cassettes I had back then, you know, and Guns N' Roses and all that. How did you get into this at such a young age?
Well, it's interesting because this question comes up a lot. And so the short version is my high school had a 10-watt FM radio station. So I was able at 13 to become a DJ at the radio station. And the guy who ran the station, Jim Murphy, he worked with my mom at a grocery store. So I wandered in there one day after football practice, triple sessions in August. I heard this noise and I opened this door to what I thought was a closet, and the hallway kept going, and there was a radio studio and this guy sitting behind it, and he kind of went like that, and I went in, and he goes, "Oh, you must be at football practice." I go, "Yeah, but I heard music and I had to see where it was at." And he's like, "What's your name?" He goes, "You come see me after the first day of school and we'll get you involved in the radio station." He never told me from my last name he knew my mom. I didn't even know that. And then within a month of going to the radio station after school every day, he was like, "I've never done this before, but I have to appoint the new staff of the radio station. Usually freshmen aren't allowed, but I'm going to make you the music director because I've never met a kid like you that knows so much about music." And back then, Godzilla, of course, there was, and you know this, there was no internet. You couldn't Google search Brian Robertson and learn everything about him from Thin Lizzy, right? Or the dual lead guitar attack of him and Scott Gorham. I mean, you had to go to the newsstand and buy all the magazines or subscribe if your parents would let you and read like old school. So it was much harder, but that's what I did. I was obsessed. I went to buy the newsstand like twice a week to see if there was a new rock magazine. And I used my paper out money to buy records and buy whatever rock magazines there were. So that's how I got started, was through this radio station. And then I went to a college radio conference because we were one of 3 high schools in the state of Illinois that had a 10-watt FMer, and we were invited to these college radio conferences. And I met all the Warner record people and so all these record people, and they said to me at a certain point, they said, "When you get your driver's license, kid, we're going to give you a job working in the mailroom." So I made sure that I got straight A's so that I could take less classes once I turned 16 and could drive. And I couldn't wait to get my driver's license. And so I took 5 instead of 7 classes because I had enough credits. And I rolled to the Warner office and started working for Warner Music in Chicago. And that's how it started.
That's amazing. Now, when you start dealing with these bands and looking to sign people, was it hard to get people to take you seriously because of your age? I mean, did you get a lot of blowback, or bands are like, what's this kid gonna do for me?
Well, I think people have seen the scene from the dirt, where I'm sitting at the booth at the Rainbow, and the band sends a girl under the table, and I jump away. I was fresh off the boat. The thought of that happening at a restaurant was unheard of to me, and it kind of scared me. And Vince Neil was like, "You're a pussy, man. We're not signing with a fucking pussy." But Nikki Sixx made the decisions, and he and I connected because I had a dream to find rock stars, and he had a dream to be a rock star. And it's where our dreams intersected that we made that shit happen.
That's amazing. That's amazing. And I mean, for a band, Motley Crue, be the first one you're associated. That'd be enough to drive most people out of the business having to.
Yeah. Well,
deal
since
with
you
that.
do rock and metal combat, right?
Right.
So I actually signed Riot
Okay.
before I signed Motley Crue, but Riot disintegrated when Guy Speranza left.
Yeah.
So, no one really knew, and it kind of was done in a secret way, just trying to get him a deal. So I didn't really get the credit for it, but I brought him to the label, and I worked with the two guys in New York. They had him signed to a production company, and I signed them, and I'm really proud of that record because I think it's one of the 10 best metal records ever made.
Oh yeah.
Swords and Tequila,
Oh,
Outlaw.
Yeah. Outlaw. Yeah, that's a classic.
Just great stuff. But imagine, I'm 18 when I'm bringing Riot, and I'm about to turn 19 when I bring Motley Crue, and the thing just explodes. But to give you an idea, so at the country club, at the big showcase Motley Crue did for the label, my baby brother is like in 8th grade or something, and he's still in junior high school, we called it, or middle school to some folks. And he's sitting at the electric table, and no one knows who he is, right? And while I'm going backstage, all the executives are like, why did Joe Smith let that fucking kid sign this band? Why? Why would he do that, right? Why would he, this punk, this kid, where'd he come from? I mean, he hasn't even been working there for 6 months, and he signed this band through the chairman. We don't get it. They suck. They're a third-rate Kiss. They're terrible. And so all this dialogue goes on, and my brother hears it. And then the minute I come back out and I take them all backstage, they're like, you guys are the greatest band we've ever seen. Da-da-da-da-da. Lots of glad-handing going on. And it's crazy, right? So we're driving home, and my brother tells me the story, and he's like, he goes, what are you going to do about it? I mean, the people that run your label think this band is a third-rate Kiss. They're terrible. They're never going to sell a record. It's a waste of time. It's Joe Smith's folly that he let some young punk teenage kid from Chicago sign that band. And I said to my brother, I go, well, John, what's going to happen is when the band sells millions of records, they're going to all claim they signed the band. And that's kind of how the record business worked back then.
Right. I mean, if you look at it, though, it's actually very smart to have somebody that was your age that had an ear for what's going on, and who are they trying to market to and sell to but kids your age. So it's really, I think it's odd because, you were very young to be in that position, but I think it's smart. That's who they should be listening to,
Well, Joe Smith, and if you watch the Nothing But a Good Time documentary, and that's on Paramount Plus, there's an animated sequence that tells the story of why Joe Smith let me sign that band, and it's pretty funny. So I'm not going to tell the story here. I'm just going to ask your listeners to go on Paramount Plus, watch the first episode of Nothing But a Good Time, and you'll love the cartoon that explains why Joe Smith let me sign that band.
That's awesome. What do you think of the music industry now? Because it's so different. I mean, where do you see it going? Do you see a future for it? Is there a place for a young kid like you in today's record business?
It's become, I think a lot of humans are inherently lazy. So, and there are people that want to work hard too, but I think a majority of people are lazy, and hopefully in these younger kids, I see kids with more gumption like I had. But the thing is they watch social media stats, okay? And if you're getting a lot of traction in social media, then they'll sign you. If you're just a rough diamond somewhere, nobody's going to randomly run into you. So it's almost like your focus is building your social media, and a lot of it's copycat, because that's the way to get quick success rather than finding something that's going to change music. Like I like to tell people, when Motley Crue broke through, everything else was like Foreigner, Journey, The Cars, new romantic music like Spandau Ballet and, one-hit wonders. And, Motley Crue changed the music. It brought the rock back, and then Poison, and then all of a sudden, you've got a zillion copycat bands doing the same thing, and then Guns N' Roses brought a second wave, and then Nirvana brought a third wave. So, but those wouldn't have happened without people like myself that had vision, that could see a rough diamond and help it shape itself into something that I call it capturing lightning in a bottle, right? You capture the artistic spark of the artist, put it in a bottle, you keep filling the bottle, then when it's ready to burst, you pull the cap off and point the bottle in all the places it needs to go for people to see and hear it.
Dealing with Guns N' Roses, I mean, you've already look what you go through with Motley Crue, and then you got Guns N' Roses, and it had to sound so fresh at the time, when you're seeing it. Were you afraid, like, I don't even know if this is going to make it, like this could implode, this is even more dangerous than Motley?
Well, in the darkest moment, I had put the band in the Cecil B. DeMille estate, right? The guy that did the Ten Commandments and all those like iconic movies. And his family had sort of squandered his fortune and it was in disrepair, but you could lease it real cheap. And I put the band in there, and probably the darkest moment, I went to the house to see if they had new songs, and Axl was in his own padlocked room. It was clean as a whistle. The rest of it was, we called it Hell House. They had ripped the toilets off the floor. They were shitting in the kitchen sink and rolled the toilets down the hill. And I thought, oh my goodness, what a repair bill we're going to get when we vacate. But, and I thought, man, I don't know how much longer I can keep it together, because the band were imploding, exploding from drugs, and, nobody wanted to manage them. Rod Stewart's manager was managing them, Arnold Stiefel, and he saw the condition of the house and he just walked away. But I persevered, and I told them when they wrote the hit, and they're like, but what about this one? What about that one? I said, no, we need a special song. And so when they turned Slash's soundcheck doodle into a song, it was Sweet Child of Mine. So once I heard that song at Madame Wong's West, and Mark Canner is the one who tipped me off, he goes, that doodle that you like that Slash played at soundcheck? They just turned it into a real song. And so he said, you need to come down to Madame Wong's West and hear it. And so I did, and I said, all right, we're ready to record. And then I had to find somebody to produce them, and that was a battle too, because people walked away. They didn't want to produce them.
Were you around, like, in that area when they were thinking about Paul Stanley for a hot second for producing the record? Yeah,
I was there, and I thought it was like a cool idea because Paul Stanley's a great song guy, and there was some talk of maybe Gene getting involved too, but Paul had a really good meeting with the band, and then Kiss went out on tour, and the band were like, man, we're not going to wait like for a year and a half. You said we're ready to go. And I said, yeah. So eventually, one of the things I did with the band is I took them back to my house where I had like 20,000 vinyl albums alphabetized on a wall.
Oh, no.
And I said to the guys, name off your favorite record. And after they named off about 30 records and I went and pulled them off the wall, they're like, you do have every record ever made. And I said, okay, we're going to do a covers record. It later became the Spaghetti Incident, but we sequenced it that night by pulling out all my vinyl and playing the song and talking about it. And so one of the records that was one of Slash and Axl's favorite records was Strangers in the Night, the live UFO record. And I said, you know what? I said, I think Ron Nevison, he'll make it too slick, but I'm going to go to Ron's engineer and let's just get Mike Klink to do it because, that live record's one of the best live captured records ever made. So we'll get him to capture that lightning in a bottle with you guys, and that's what'll make an iconic record that will explode. We've got to capture that, and this guy can capture that. And that's how we got to Mike Klink. All goes back to that night we went through my vinyl collection with the band.
Wow. That's amazing. That's the stuff, read so many articles about the Guns that time, and never hear stories like that. That's amazing.
Well, I don't tell a lot of stories. I've recently started my own social media. My YouTube channel's called, you just do the @ can you get me in, and I tell a lot of these stories there. But you've asked some questions that have sparked some stories I may not have ever told before.
That's great, and what a great choice too with Mike Clink, because I think that's why that holds up is the sound of that record. It's not, there's so much stuff around that time that's so dated, and that just, it sounds fresh. And
Yeah,
you really push these people, in so many directions they might not have gone, and I mean, you're responsible for a lot of important shit in music,
Thank you, and again, the goal was to capture the first night I saw him play at the Troubadour, to capture that live kinetic energy onto tape so that, we would have that raw essence, that animal-like quality that made them so great, Use Your Illusions was more refined, but Appetite for Destruction, there's a reason it's one of, the top 500 best albums ever recorded. But the other thing is it's the last record in my career that was manually mixed with no computers or automation. So when we mixed that record in New York at Media Sound, there were 8 of us at the console playing a game of Twister. I mean, Mike Clink's hand was here, and I had a button across it over here, but imagine 8 of us standing there, and there was no perfect mix because inevitably one of 8 people made a mistake, but we finally got one that we could live with.
At what point do you walk away from Guns N' Roses? I mean, it got really crazy after there, and then there was like the years of radio silence, after the spaghetti incident. You stick around much after that, or you just kind of give up?
Basically, when the band broke up and Duff was out, Slash was out, I mean, yeah. I did one thing to try and heal it and bring it back together. And what that was is the Rolling Stones would not give David Geffen permission to use Sympathy for the Devil for the Anne Rice book and the movie Interview with the Vampire.
Yeah.
And so David called me and he said, Guns N' Roses, and they're signed to the label anyway, and I can get ABKCO, which I'm trying to think, Alan Klein, right?
Yeah.
So he had the Stones publishing. And so we could get the publisher's permission. We just couldn't get the Stones to agree to let us use their version. So we had the publisher's permission, as long as we didn't change any of the lyrics, to re-record that song with GNR and put it in the movie. So I called Axl and I said, listen, let's put the band back together, and I'll call Slash, and let's do this for this movie. It's going to be a big movie. It'll buy some time to work on stuff, and it'll give you a new release. And Axl said, okay, but he goes, I don't ever want to see Slash in the studio, so don't ever schedule me to do vocals when Slash is there. So I had to very meticulously make sure that they never met while we were recording it. So the band recorded the track. I would take the track to Axl. When he was happy with the track, he went in and did his vocals, and then there was this one overdub that went late, and they ran into each other, and it was awkward for about 2 seconds, and then they kind of made up. And I thought that was kind of my goal, but it ended up splintering again after that anyway. But that was sort of getting the band back together.
Was Gilby still with them at that time?
Yeah.
Okay.
He was.
Yeah, it gets so murky on the times, when everything happened. It was such,
Yeah, and then, it went off into the wilderness, and, Axl put the new band together with, I don't have to name everybody, but...
Yeah, we don't have time to name everybody.
No, we don't. And, and it got to the point where, they couldn't sell out a House of Blues in Detroit or Dallas, so at that point, I think that Axl and Slash started to look at it, and then Duff came back first, and then Slash came back, and then the Not in This Lifetime tour resulted.
I still got fingers crossed for Izzy and Steven.
I think we all do, you know. But he's such a recluse, and you know, they wanted to pay him like whatever per gig to do it, and he's like, no, I want to share. You know, I'm a founding member, and it was over finances that Izzy really didn't do it, and then he did show up to do it somewhere on the Not in This Lifetime tour, and there were some disrespectful things said about him in the in-ear monitors at the sound check, and he just said, forget it, I'm out. Yeah.
Never heard that one. I didn't know it came that close.
Yeah.
Wow. That's amazing. You have got some amazing stories. I want to check out your YouTube page. What is it again?
It's at Can You Get Me In? It's called, yeah. And I'm also on all the other platforms under my name, and you know, you can search for me, but YouTube, you can definitely find me just @ Can You Get Me In.
Well, thank you so much. It's an honor to meet you. I could talk to you for hours.
All right, so after Tom Zuta had a little bit of a break, and then I got the one, the only Eerie Vaughn. Now, Eerie was somebody that we met at Rockin' Pod 2, interviewed him at Rockin' Pod 3. Me and Vincent Kavanaugh interviewed him. That was a great Rockin' Pod. That's where Ralph and I split up, and we took listeners. You know, I interviewed Eerie with Vincent. Ralph did, you did the guy, Jason Beeler, Tim Bream. Really cool time with Eerie. He went on to talk about, doesn't have too many memories of the first couple Rockin' Pods because he was heavily drinking to medicate. He has some back injuries, and he's clean and sober right now. You know, but I don't hold that against him. We had a really good fucking chat, and Eerie is somebody I'm pretty sure we can get on the show and would love to discuss any of those first 4 Danzig albums. But a really good conversation with, in my mind, somebody, a fucking legend. I mean, fucking, you know, photographer for the Misfits, bassist for Sam Hain and Danzig. Love all those records he was part of, but here you go. This is my interview with Eerie Vaughn.
Got me, and I said, okay, I'll tell you everything. So I just talked. I got stoned. I talked 6 hours. And so he cut it up into like 6 parts. But that's it. I'm never talking to that guy again. Yeah. So the problem is trying to come up with good answers to the same questions over and over again. So that's what I try to do. So I've been doing this for 40-something years. So I'm pretty good. Like I tell people, I know how to make good radio, which is what I just consider podcasts. Like radio to me. Right. You know. So.
And we appreciate you coming to Rockin' Pod because I think this.
I came a couple of years. This has got to be 8 or 10 years it's been going, right?
Yeah. Because I remember the second one. I didn't get to interview you, but I got to see you. And
I'm really pretty sure I was at second one or the second and third one.
And I think the third or fourth one I got to interview you. Yeah. And it was. It worked out great because we had a bunch of listeners that came in for Rockin' Pod, and one was a huge fan of yours, and he sat in on the interview, you know.
Oh, okay.
So it was nice to do that with the listeners, you know.
I don't remember if I was sober then or not. I was probably drinking that year. I might have been professional.
Yeah, no, it was pretty professional.
I gave all out. But that's my excuse. You know, I'm 60 now, so my excuse was like, I was drinking that year. Like when somebody asks me something, I'm like, I don't remember that whole summer. Oh. Now I still don't remember anything. But
after last night, I wish I gave up drinking.
Yeah, what'd you do?
We had like the mixer and everything.
Oh, pre-Rocky Pod.
Yeah, the podcasters got together and then we all jammed.
Was it here?
No.
You go to a club or something?
We went to a studio and all the podcasters just took turns, you know, butchering songs and shit. And
that's always fun.
And then they had they called it Rare Hair, where a lot of the different guests in town got up last night. Forget the name of the bar because I'm not from here.
Rare Hair. You mean guys our age that still have hair?
Yeah, exactly.
I'm like, still got mine. Some of my friends that are my age or a little older, still on the road.
Yeah.
Last time I saw a good friend of mine who plays Bad Religion. He was in Minor Threat. His name's Brian Baker. He goes, what? He sees me. The first thing he says is, I hadn't seen him in like 10 years. He goes, why are you not on the road? You still got all your hair. Because everybody in the band was either losing it or had shaved it already, you know?
Right.
So it's pretty funny when I come across my old contemporaries that are all bald.
Is that something you'd be interested in, like touring again, or would you rather just play select shows?
I don't really have that want to really perform that much anymore.
Okay.
Like, it's more fun if it happens by accident, you know, like you just happen to go and people playing, somebody hands you a guitar, or you just sitting around a campfire, that kind of crap, you know. Or just in the studio seeing if something will happen, like, you know. After playing to so many people and doing all the stuff I wanted to do, I'm not satisfied, you know. Like, I don't really feel like going back and playing those songs. I don't feel that way anymore. It's like I can't play those hardcore songs when I was 18. I don't feel the same way I did in Danzig when I was 25. I was still aggressive and like that's how I fucked up my back. Music made me crazy. I don't feel that way anymore, and I feel that would be cheating the audience.
Yeah.
And I just don't. I played solo with a few friends here and there in Nashville when I lived here.
Right.
Just don't really need it. I love making records, but I just don't have the need to like go out and perform anymore. I think I did it all. I'm happy. Whenever somebody like wants to do stuff, it's like they want to recapture what they had. You can't get it back. Sure, it's great to be in front of 1 million people and play songs. Stuff.
Right.
It's more fun in the club. You know, when you're like this close and somebody's reacted to you, that's way better.
Oh yeah.
You know, but I don't know. I'll play shows here and there if something comes up that's a good deal, or maybe a bunch of my friends are going to be on the bill or something. I'm like, yeah, I'll get a couple guys together and we'll do some of the new songs or whatever. I'll throw in a Danzig song.
Yeah.
But I did some acoustic stuff over the years, just being another guy. Played some Danzig songs, played some of my songs. And I would just sit and talk with the people, kind of like Unplugged used to be.
Right.
And the 68 Elvis special, that was my whole thing too. And that was all right, but it's just, I don't know. After you've done, like, you got to the point where you wanted to get, I was almost there. Going back and trying and starting all over sort of when you're, you know, in your 50s and 60s now, I just don't really, it doesn't appeal to me.
Yeah. And I imagine it does have to get hard when, you know, like you were talking earlier, there's something that no longer resonates with you and you don't feel it. And with this kind of music, you know, you want that, you know, that passion.
That's why you did it. That's why you were in whatever band you were in, because it made you crazy. And I had to start wearing earplugs because the music just made me go do stuff my body could not handle. And that's how I screwed up my back. All the headbanging, all the weightlifting, you know. I started wearing earplugs, and that probably saved my ears for sure. But it definitely, I had to wear back braces when I played for the last 3 years, maybe 4. And I didn't, that's when I left the band, I told them, I said, I'm just not into it anymore. You know, and I said, that's not right for the fans, you know, and I really believe that, you know, and that's why I don't have a problem with old guys getting up on stage. But do it for the right reasons, because you want to, not because there's a lot of money involved or whatever. But these days, it's like all these generations of kids missed you play, you know. They never saw the original band, you know. Guys die, whatever, you know. So they want to do that. But to me, it's not, like, the money doesn't matter because I don't have any. So, like, it's the same thing as selling records. Somebody asked me, I said, you know what? When I got a new record out. I said, I'm in the same position as Paul McCartney. And they said, well, how do you figure that? I go, because he don't care if he sells any records either. And that's the deal. I don't care. Because all I need to do is pay for this pressing, and I'm back in the black. So I just sell them just because people might want them. Or for this, you can't sign a download. So, you know. But, I think you should take what you know and all your experiences and grow and keep going. And I'll do this till I'm dead. And I don't care if anybody likes it or not. And it's the same attitude I had when I started. I've never changed when it comes to that. I do what I want for me. And if you like it, great. If you don't, I don't care, you know?
So when you left Danzig, So that wasn't like he got rid of everybody. You bowed out after.
No, it happened little by little.
Yeah.
First the drummer left.
Yeah. So,
Then the guitar player told me he wanted to quit at the end of the tour. And then I said, well, shit. The drummer was like one of my favorite people of all time. And the other guy, like, we were a band, you know, we hung out, you know, so those guys weren't going to be there. And Glenn was having a terrible time. He hated touring at the time. I don't know.
Yeah.
He probably still does.
yeah, he still complains about it.
Yeah. So he wasn't having any fun. And I got in the band with him because we were friends.
Yeah.
And we hung out and we wanted to do a band together. Well, that was no more. It was like we weren't having any fun. And I had grown up, you know, I'm now in my middle 30s at the time. I didn't feel how I felt when I was 21 and I started the band. You know? So it's time for me to go. And it let him start over again because now he didn't have to worry about the Danzig sound and what he had done before and what everybody expected. The whole band just breaks up and now it's just him. He can do whatever he wants. And I think that was a good thing for him.
So was it on good terms? Was he okay, or did he feel like you were, you know?
Well, he didn't ask me to stay.
Yeah.
Which would hurt me a little bit.
Yeah.
He didn't say thanks for everything, nothing like that. I told him I just wasn't into it anymore, and he took it as that. He's like, okay, fine, I'll get somebody else. And that was it. But no, it wasn't. We still talked for a while after that. But then everybody had to sue each other to get the band business handled. And then he took that as a betrayal, so I haven't talked to him in 35 years at least.
Wow. And it's such a shame because, I mean.
Yeah, well, we were tight. That's the thing. I miss my old friend.
Yeah.
That's all.
Yeah.
You know, like the band and everything. Yeah, it was great to play music and with him and stuff.
Yeah.
But I miss hanging out with the guy because he was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
And we laughed. That's all. We laughed all the time.
And your history, I mean, going back to the Misfits.
Yeah,
and
that's
Sam
how it
Hain
started.
And everything,
That's
you
how
know?
it started. And we're all from the same town, so we have the same kind of sense of humor.
Yeah.
And we agreed on a lot of things. That's why I was, you know, doing the band with him because we liked all the same shit. And his vision, like, he just wanted anybody else to get on the same page as him. And I was already on that page. So I'm like, this is the most normal thing to do. And when you're a musician, you want to play with the best guys you can play with. That's why people change bands because this band ain't good enough. And they go there, whatever. And I wanted to play with the best guy in town, and that was him.
Yeah.
He had all that experience.
And I was so lucky I got to see you guys on the How the Gods Go tour.
That was a good time. Band was really tight then.
Oh, yeah. You were opening up for Black Sabbath.
Yeah, we did 2 weeks at Sabbath.
Yeah, I think that was Aragon Ballroom in Chicago.
It was Chicago?
Yeah.
There's an Aragon Cleveland too, but I'm not
Yeah.
sure. Yeah, Glenn didn't want to do that tour. Neither did Chuck. Chuck's a huge Sabbath fan.
Yeah.
Couldn't figure it out. So was Glenn. One of the first records he bought was like that first Sabbath album.
Yeah.
He didn't want to do it. Me and John were like, come on. It's Black Sabbath. It was with Dio.
Dio, yeah.
Yeah.
Dehumanizer. Yeah.
Right, but everybody, the Sabbath fans, they love that period too.
Oh, yeah.
So I was like, it's 2 weeks. It's Black Sabbath. Come on.
Yeah.
So we just did it. And me and John were taking pictures with Tony and Geezer and like getting pictures with the guitars and stuff.
Nice.
And I thought it was almost one of those things that's supposed to happen where you sort of pass the torch to the younger generation. And we were basically a Sabbath band.
Oh, yeah.
So I thought it was appropriate. And nothing bad happened. You know, everything was fine.
Yeah.
We might have gotten a couple fans from their crowd. You know, their crowd was probably listening to us. Anyway.
Yeah. I was there for both of you guys.
Yeah,
and it was,
right. It made sense.
You guys were kind of like, you know, I was raised on Sabbath, of course. You know, I'm
everybody was.
51, but as a teenager, you know, I spent there was like one summer I listened to Lucifuge like every day that summer, man. You know, and you guys were so huge, and then, you know, I wish there was more records, but I mean, you got to be so proud of the 4 Danzig records.
Oh,
because
yeah.
you know, and especially the way you went out with 4. I think that's an incredible record. And I think you mentioned the last time we talked that it's kind of more like almost like a Sam Hain.
Yeah, well, the funny thing is, I've been saying that for like 30 years, right?
Yeah.
Whenever anybody would ask, and they would say, that's my least favorite record. I'm like, you're not giving it a chance. You're not understanding how you're supposed to hear this song.
Yeah.
And Glenn and I were like I remember John going, these songs aren't done. We need to work on these songs more. They sound like demos to me. These are not finished songs. I'm like, nah, it doesn't matter. There's no rules here. We can, if Glenn wants to do this and start here and end here and that's it, that's the song. So I understood that because coming from Sam Hain, all our songs were weird.
Yeah.
It didn't matter. It was just all about how they made you feel. Like there was a lot of aggression back then. So I kept telling people, I said, think of that album as a Sam Hain album and listen to it in between like this one or that one, or just put it on and think of it as a Sam Hain vibe, you know? And people now, after 30 years, it's in the lexicon to where people are saying, this is my favorite album because it reminds me of Sam Hain or whatever. And I'm like, I did my job.
You know, I loved it right out the gate, and I remember being just because I thought it was really going to blow up. You know.
Oh no, it was too different from like the Mother single was all anybody knew,
right?
And this stuff was all cool. I love that record.
Oh yeah, and
it had all these little
songs,
little nuances and stuff.
Yeah.
And the one song, "Son of the Morning Star," I think that's the one. It's sort of jazzy. Chuck's doing this little with the rim shots and all this stuff, and it's all feel. And we recorded all that shit live. So that's all 1-2 take on almost all the Danzig records. First take, second take. That's it. And I love that record. And you know, Going Down to Die is more of a straight Danzig kind of song. But the rest of it was weird and you know, it felt more like a Sammy album.
I Can't Speak. I thought it was a perfect choice for a single.
Yeah, that was a weird one. I had read an article or saw something with some English band, I don't remember who it was. Listened to their whole album after it was done backwards. Wrote a whole nother album based on those songs backwards. Wow. So I mentioned that. I said, yeah, I just heard this. Isn't that cool? Whatever. Before you know it, we flipped over Let It Be Captured, took out the drum track. Chuck played a new drum track, and there's the song. And the funny thing was, once it was done, me and John were like, well, how do we play it backwards on stage? And the sound man goes, bro, you don't try to play it backwards. Just play the song. People are going to hear it backwards. He's like, and they're going to fill in all the blanks because it was so funny. It was like, well, how do we play the song backwards? And we didn't have to, you know. It was so funny.
I think it's also a testament to like how important you guys were because, you know, after you guys were gone, it never sounded the same, you know, and I still keep up with it, you know, and I still hope for the best.
But there's different people. It's not going to sound the same.
It's not, you know, it sounds like Glenn with different people, you know, where you guys sound like a band, you know.
Well, that's because it was a band.
Yeah. No,
you know,
I know, but I mean, that comes across, and that's something he doesn't have on these other ones.
Yeah, I know, but like I said, well, I was telling those guys, when he and I went in and recorded some Misfit songs, because he needed some Misfit songs for something. And I was like, yeah, but it ain't going to sound like the Misfits, you know? It's like, you could play the same parts and the same notes or whatever, play the same drum beat, it's not going to sound the same. And that's why bands are great, and their first albums are great, because there's that chemistry of those four guys or whatever. You know, look at Led Zeppelin. They quit when Bonham left because they knew he was so important to the band, they couldn't carry on without him. And if one guy leaves the band, drummer leaves the band, that's a big thing. You know, and you know, the guys that have been playing with him for like, I think Steve's been playing bass for like 20 years or something, I don't know. But they do a good job. I don't hear complaints from the audience. You know, people talk to me and say, "Oh, they were great," or Glenn was great. They mostly say he was great. Yeah. Because they go to see him, really. You know, it's like like Elvis. You go to see Elvis. Right. You don't really care about the band. You know, it used to be you'd go see the band. You know, in the old days. But they just want to see him because he's Glenn and he's a legend. You know. Oh, yeah. They want to see how he pulls it off.
You know, I saw him a few years back, and I believe Tommy Victor was playing, and you know, I love the song. And
Tommy plays now and then.
And all that stuff, but, you know, it's just, John had such a signature sound, you know, and Chuck. What was it like going from Chuck to Joey? Was it a smooth transition? Or?
John and I had to rehearse Joey for a month straight. Yeah. Pretty sure it was a month straight. We had like a tour, and Glenn just said he'd teach him the songs. And Glenn showed up like once in a while just to say, hear how it was sounding. So we would just report back to him and say, yeah, he's getting there, or yeah, he can do it, or whatever. Joey's a different drummer, a different style, but he's real tight. And he's been playing with the Circle Jerks the last couple of years, which is great because he's a punk rock guy. Yeah. And they sound wonderful. Man. They're so tight with him. It was weird because Chuck was not just a drummer. was also an entity and like
Right.
a character,
Yeah.
and he was in your universe, and it was you never knew what was going to happen. It was great. That's part of the chemistry stuff. So we did the songs, and it was okay. Joey's a good drummer. It just wasn't the same, of course.
Right.
But we got that. That was that version of the band then, and we played the songs. He had really good time. He never wavered, so the songs were played in the correct tempos and things. So you know how it goes. Chuck used to go crazy, or Glenn would turn around, speed up. And we're like, why did you do? He goes, you keep telling me to speed up. Because there's this section where you got to come in, instead of coming in, bump, bump, we were coming in, and I'm like, that's not right, that's too fast, and it screws up the whole rest of the song. He says, yeah, but he keeps telling me to speed up. So, but Joey was great, and he was all really good band guy. Comes in, does his job, doesn't rock the boat, doesn't sit and complain about shit. You need guys like that in the band. You need at least one who doesn't fuck with anybody. And drummers are notorious for being crazy, and they're always doing something fucked up. So,
Is there any of like former members, not only from Danzig, but like Sam Hain, that you would like to make new music? Of course, other than Glenn. Anybody else you played with? And
people keep saying, why don't you and Doyle do a band to do a record? I'm like, Doyle hates country and anything I do. It's like this. Just because we were friends doesn't mean we could be in a band together.
Right.
I mean, back then that was enough. But now, at our age, that's not enough.
Are you still friendly with Doyle?
Yeah. Doyle, Jerry, Bobby Steele, Frank Licata, Joey when he was still alive. I talked to John. Chuck and I are in contact. We don't talk, but we send each other messages. And the only one I don't talk to is Glenn. I would easily do a band with John or a record, like a project, because I'm a writer. John's not really a writer. So I would be bringing in the stuff, and I would say, okay, what are you going to do with this? Let me see what you got. And then I know, and I could say, I'm thinking more of this, that, and that, because he can play anything he wants. Same with Chuck. Just say, Chuck, give me the John Bonham beat, and we'll go from there. But that's it. Yeah. I would have liked to have been there when Glenn did the Elvis record, because that was kind of my idea in the first place from way back.
Yeah.
Maybe even in Sam Hain. It goes way back. And I was like, when are we going to do the Elvis record? And it just didn't happen until I was already gone. Same thing with a blues album. I said, we got to do straight blues album. It's me and you, we'll do a straight blues album. So, yeah, I would have liked to have been there, but, we weren't friends anymore, so it probably wouldn't work out.
Right.
But, no, I still like what Glenn does, and he's the reason we all started. Almost everybody I know, he's like the Big Bang, and so I still support him, and I understand the way he was. I mean, 30 years, I don't even know him anymore, but I know what used to be. So there's like, it's just like saying, oh, remember Bob from high school? Or Bob, who knows what Bob is now? He's got kids. He could have had his leg cut off sometime. You don't even know. So I don't really know him, but I can't say anything bad about him.
What do you think about? I'm sure you've seen all the uproar on the internet now about the merch he sold at the LA Forum show.
Yeah, I heard something about it, but people just need something. They need content. They need something to talk about.
Right.
He's been doing this his whole. It's like, are you crazy? You know who you're talking about, right?
Right.
It's like, going and saying, oh, look, Black Sabbath. That's Satanist or whatever coming up. Like, yeah, but it's been 40 years. Why didn't you say something then? Right. He's big on the imagery and stuff. He's just trying to get people talking, and he likes to fuck with people. So anything he does, he has no affiliations. Yeah. No religious affiliations, no political affiliations. He just does stuff because he thinks it's funny or he thinks it's fun and he wants people to react.
Oh yeah.
That's all. And then he'll school them on what it really means. That's all I know. Because I don't know I've heard something but I haven't seen it. And I don't know what exactly they're talking about. But I know him when it comes to that. He reads all the time. And if it's something he took from 1,000 years ago, it doesn't mean what you think it means.
Oh yeah, and that's people go. What it was is he had a special shirt and a poster made for the show at the Forum.
Yeah.
And he's got the black sun, that the Nazis used.
I don't even know that.
It's one that goes back to Viking times. It's just another one,
Right,
that,
and that's
that
probably
at some
what
point
he's-
in time.
Yeah, and they screwed it up.
Exactly.
They messed it up, and now that's all anybody knows. I'm sure it means something much heavier than just some political party. That's what he's doing. Plus, I said he might never use it again. He just wanted to do it just to see what would happen.
It sparks. I live in the Seattle area now, and I really wanted to go see him.
Did they pick it? Did people pick it?
No. This was before this happened, but it's funny because one of my coworkers went. He's a younger guy. He can go on a school night to a concert, and he said Danzig was just like just go. He said it was almost like a Trump rally. The shit he was yelling.
Oh man.
And
he's done that his whole life too.
He just said it was like he goes, man, you're in Seattle. I'm like, yeah, but Danzig's gonna Danzig,
Oh yeah, Glenn don't give a shit.
But then it was like then a few days, I think it was later in the week was the show, and it's the way it is now. If that happened, back, when you were in the band, nobody would have heard about the show.
That was the thing that he was upset that Motley Crue were using pentagrams and stuff back then and on their second album.
Yeah,
those guys aren't like he was mad that they didn't really know what that meant. And all it entailed, it was just imagery for them.
Right.
I mean, then he comes and starts using the upside down crosses and stuff. I'm like, dude, this is too right on. You gotta, but I liked all the designs. I thought they were cool.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just one of those things that I know. He's a guy from Jersey. He likes to bust balls. He wants to see what you got. What do you think of this? He likes to push buttons. That's all he's doing.
Well, it'd be interesting to, you guys ever do time. I mean, look, whoever thought to miss, he'd be in the same room with Jerry,
Oh, yeah, but that's all business.
Is it?
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
they don't hang out, I don't think.
Yeah.
I think they show up like Aerosmith does, do the show, and they go home.
Did that surprise you when they finally did that?
No, well, all those years of him not doing it, but getting to that point in his life, as getting older, and you start reevaluating things and what's more important, I think he finally said, you know what? I'll do it so you can all stop asking me about it. Okay? I do it, and then you shut the fuck up, and I never have to talk about it again. Pretty sure that's why he did it. You know what I mean? Because that made a lot of sense to me. Plus, I knew some of the some of the legal stuff going on.
Right.
Through the grapevine, because I'm still in the fraternity, So I heard things, this, that, and the other thing, that they were going to just to solidify their positions within the band legally. And I think Jerry probably said, no, put in there, I want to do 10 shows, or I want to do this many shows. So in order to make everybody happy, I think he just said, okay, we'll do it. And the time was right. And they never could have played arenas and stuff back then.
Right.
It took 40 years for them to get to the Garden. I was so happy. I didn't go, but I was so happy, because Jerry always wanted to play the Garden. Because back in the Misfit days, Glenn told me, Jerry told him, this is what he told me, so I don't know, Jerry might say, I never said that. He said, call the Garden, tell them the Misfits want to play. And Glenn goes, that's not what you do. It's not like booking CBs or whatever, So I was very glad when they got to play there. And the fact that it took so long, it made me feel good that all these people and everybody who never gave them a chance finally listened. And they, they put on, they had those screens and all the lights and all the stuff, which we never used shit like that. Right. Danzig had minimal lights. Sammy had no lights,
Does he have to go? Okay.
So, if you got any last question you might want to tie things up with?
I just want to thank you. Somebody who's been to every Rock and Pod, it means a lot, you coming in and giving your time. And people love talking to you, and you're always gracious. And, just a big thank you. And looking forward to seeing you again, man.
Yeah, I'll be around. You never know, I'll show up somewhere.
All right, well, that was Eerie Vaughn. Really good fucking time. That guy would have went on forever. In fact, his handler was like dragging him away from me. He didn't want to leave, and he was apologizing off camera, like, oh, fuck, man, we could hang out and talk. But that's why I'm thinking, like, I just need to hook up with his people, and I think we'll have a great episode of Rock and Metal Combat with him. Then I had a little bit of break, and it was kind of like, okay, run to the bathroom. You got the beer shits. It was a bad, bad night before. Good night, but bad night. Had a little bit of a break, and then I was waiting for Courtney Cronin Dold, or as she's currently going, Courtney Cronin. But she was interviewing with a podcast that was right behind me and went way over on her time. But I'm not one of those. I'm not going to bitch. I'm not going to yell at another show for like, oh, you went over. That's my guest. I ain't doing that fucking shit. I've known Courtney since the very first Rockin' Pod. She has been one of the biggest supporters of us. She's the reason Ralph and I got to do, our commentary for Kiss Exposed. She was the one who tried to get us to be commentary for Kiss Meets a Phantom in the Park, but she had to leave and it was beyond her control. Anyway, this is a huge friend of ours. And another thing that was awesome is there was a comedy show on Sunday that I had pre-bought like a bunch of tickets. Like I paid for me and Ralph for all this shit before we knew Ralph wasn't going to be able to go. The one I didn't do was the comedy show, which sold out. And Courtney said, no, you're good. You're on the list, So I got to go to the comedy show, even though it was sold out. It was so sold out, they had to add another show. But anyway, because she loves Ralph and I so much, I was on the list and got to have a good time. But here's a short but brief interview with Courtney. Great comedian and great friend of the show.
So we're going to have you, Hal Sparks,
Yep.
Don,
Yep.
and Craig.
Yep. And Criss Kale from Five Finger Death Punch.
Okay, so he is doing...
He is. He's been doing comedy for like the last 2 years. He did our show, oh my God, in 2021 or 22 in Vegas at Counts Vamped. It was the first time we did it there. We double billed with Nerd Halen, Hal's band. And we all went out there together and we had a good time. It was really fun. Not a great room for comedy because like the first row is so far away from the stage. You kind of want people closer. It's weird. You kind of want them in your face. But then we had a good time, and Criss was really good, and he's got a natural feel for it. So he's actually been doing stand-up on his own for like the last 2 years. He did a set last night. Wow. He does more stand-up than I do.
Oh, I'm sorry, I got to check real quick what time, because I got Martin.
Just kick me out. Oh, Martin's
I got
coming.
5 minutes.
Okay, so we got 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and I'm just glad of all the success you had. I know all the hard work you put into it. I used to brag to everybody, like, I know the lady who invented that shit.
I invented it. But
Well, I thought so until I went on YouTube and I saw footage of a Sammy Hagar concert in 1984. And I think that was,
you and Sammy Hagar.
it wasn't great comedy, but it was comedy.
Oh my goodness.
If you listen to the lyrics.
You listen to that song he does with Rick Springfield. It's like, we're on the beach, take off your shoes. It's so weird. I was like, I love Rick Springfield. This is going to be awesome. Oh, this is not. This is weird.
So, is there anything that you have somebody on your wish list that you're trying to get? Right?
Oh, Nuno Betancourt.
Really?
Yeah. Really want him. I've been asking Jason Bieler constantly. He won't do it. But that's okay. He's funny. He's got his own thing where he's super funny on his show that he does with Jeff Scott Soto. So I think he doesn't want to like mess with that, and I respect that because he's a really funny guy. But Nuno, and then I really, I've asked Mark Slaughter multiple times because Mark does all these impressions.
Yeah.
And they're great. But he won't do it. I've literally asked him like 5 times. And he's super sweet about it because he's such a nice dude, but he just won't do it. But when I first created the show and I built the pitch deck for it, I put a picture of Mark. Because I'm like, he's so funny and he does those awesome impressions.
Right.
So I was like, I'm putting Mark, and then I still can't get him, but I'm not going to give up.
Do you feel like other musicians are getting more comfortable now seeing the other
Yes,
people
they have to
doing
see it. They have to see it, or they have to talk to me directly. Whenever it goes through someone else, they don't get how much help they're actually getting.
Yeah.
Because Don Jameson and I work really closely with them, and we spend a lot of time on it.
Yeah.
A lot. We start a month or a month and a half out to start working on the sets.
Right. But it shows. I mean, last Rockin' Pod when we had Eric Martin, that was really.
blind Eric Martin. I had to stand up there with him because he's like, I go, Eric, I made the font like 52. And I go, Eric, we can see this from space. And he's like, I can't, I'm so blind, I can't see it. So I had to stand up there. Amy Billings called me an emotional support human.
But it is fun when you see them get up there and you see the nerves at first, but then as they relax and get into it, they get a couple laughs. Yep.
The first laugh is the most important, and then they're good.
Yeah. Well, I'm really looking forward to the show.
I'm glad you're coming.
Yes. It wouldn't be Rockin' Pod without you.
And I'm coming Sunday to the barbecue.
Oh, that's Monday.
I meant Monday.
Nice.
I'm gonna come to Hangover Monday at Aaron's. I was
that's gonna be
invited
awesome.
this year, so I'm officially
I'm sure you were
cool.
invited every year. You're probably leaving.
I might have left, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm officially cool now, though. I'm gonna drink a Pabst and everything.
Oh, nice.
I've never had one.
I won't video there so we can have as much fun.
Okay, good. Okay.
But thank you. I wish we would have had more time.
I know, me too, but we'll hang tomorrow.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Definitely. And Monday.
Yay!
Thank you so much.
Thank
I
you.
appreciate
I
it.
love you.
I love you too.
All right. Well, I wish I could have had more time with her and we could have done, some more jokes and we could have got more in depth to her anti-Semitic humor, but it is what it is. And then we got somebody who, first time I've ever interviewed before, and I wasn't that familiar with, but wow, what a nice fucking dude. I got Martin Motnik from, he's the current bass player for Accept. Super nice guy. Super nice guy. I was kind of worried, like, I don't know this guy. I'm like, you're not Pete Baltus. What are we going to talk about? Turns out we had plenty to talk about. Really cool guy, really good bass player. Got to see him the night before at the Rare Hair. This guy, he played bass while, what's the dude? Goddamn, I'm having a brain fart. Who's the greatest bass player ever? Played with David Lee Roth.
Billy Sheehan.
Yeah, Billy Sheehan. He played bass while Billy Sheehan fucking sang. Billy Sheehan sang Jimi Hendrix while this guy played bass. Fucking amazing. Really nice guy. Really good interview. Here's my interview with Martin Motnik.
So how's your day going so far?
That's good.
Good? Did you have a good time last night?
I hated every moment.
Every moment?
No, I'm sorry. It was fantastic.
Yeah.
You were there.
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yes.
Billy Sheehan is my big idol.
Yeah.
So to play his bass for him was just insane.
Well, it was a great show. I thought we
cool.
had a good turnout and everybody sounded amazing. I really enjoyed the show.
The show, the sound on stage was not so good.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was very, very boomy.
Yeah.
And then just the drums are loud, but
it sounded better in the back.
Yeah, I saw some videos. I'm like, ooh, it's. Sometimes I was like more playing by eye than by ear.
Yeah.
And sometimes I was like, I think I was wrong here.
Yeah.
But like up there, you couldn't tell. It was just. So, but then I saw some videos. Like, it sounds pretty clear down here. Not sure I want to hear that. But it is what it is.
We did a podcaster jam yesterday before.
I heard about that.
Well, you want to talk about not wanting to hear. I couldn't hear myself, and then I heard myself, and then I didn't want to hear myself.
Yeah. That's kind of like what I'm afraid of. So what do you play?
I was singing. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, I'm not a singer, but it's just we get together and have fun. But
That's awesome.
Yeah, it was really apparent. I was feeling really comfortable about it because it's just other podcasters. Nobody's professional or anything like that. Then the guy who goes on before me just knocks it out of the park.
Right?
Like,
oh shit.
Yeah, I got to go after this asshole. Oh, that was terrible.
That's frustrating.
But it was fun. It's just having fun. But you guys, what's that?
Where was it?
I'm not sure. It was a rehearsal studio here. I'm not from here, so I don't know the area as well.
SIR?
No, it wasn't SIR.
Soundstage?
It might have been Soundstage. I know it wasn't SIR.
Was it close to downtown somewhat?
I believe so. But it was fun.
Cool.
It was
That's
fun.
all that
But I
matters.
mean, then when we saw what you guys did last night, everybody.
Well, we're getting
in the
paid to
crowd-
do that, so it better
Yeah,
sound
but
good.
It was a lot of fun, and I've been to every one of these, and I think that's been the best,
really?
pre-show concert. Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
cool.
I thought it was really good. Everybody did a good job.
I did 2 years ago. I played with Eric Martin.
Yeah.
So there's a theme on that. Maybe next time I'll play with Paul Gilbert.
Yeah. Work your way around.
Right.
So how do you enjoy playing in Accept now?
It's great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Does it feel weird when you're, coming in, replacing somebody that's like a beloved member? Is there any, do you get any blowback, or has everybody been really cool about it?
I expected maybe some blowback from the fans, from some fans,
Right.
but they were all incredibly kind, and I think it was also because we approached it in a different way, that I didn't try to replace Peter,
Right.
in everything. I was like I'm on purpose a little bit in the second row, because Peter was like always in the front,
Right.
and I tried not to just replace him, but just basically fill in the missing spot that he left. Because I mean, he made the decision,
Right.
and so when he left, and I was like, okay, it's two ways. Either the band breaks up, or we just fill the spot and just continue.
And I'm glad you're there. I'm glad that you're still out playing those songs and stuff. There's a lot of fans happy about that.
I don't think so too. Yeah, looking at the people, they really enjoy it.
Were you big into Accept before you joined the band?
I mean, I've known him since the 80s.
Right.
But I wasn't the biggest fan, and I'm not sure I can say that. I'm not really a big fan of Udo's voice. I never was.
Okay.
I love the musicality of the band. I love Wolf's solos. The fact that he put in classical music in metal songs, and just the songs themselves are catchy. I just couldn't really get behind Udo's voice.
But he was a signature, part of that sound.
Absolutely.
But I think Mark has done an amazing job, getting up there. And to me, those albums are just as vital as the old stuff. And I love that you're still putting out new music. And you've been on the last two records.
Two albums,
Are you given, do you have leeway for creative input? Or?
Yeah. And it was actually interesting because Wolf, shortly after I joined the band, I think we were flying somewhere to a show, and on the airport, was it's like, hey, if you have any songs, let me know, let me listen to them.
Yeah.
Oh, really? That's interesting.
Yeah.
Because a lot of times when I joined a band that was already established, they already have their way of writing songs, and so they are apprehensive. Because I'm like, and I think maybe it's also a money thing.
Yeah.
It's like a songwriting royalties, But I mean, Wolf just did it the right way, because he just probably thought, hey, a good song is a good song. It's going to help the band.
Right.
And if a song is bad, well, we're just not going to record it.
Well, I think something like that is going to make, you as a member of the band and a musician, you're going to be more creatively fulfilled, if you have input, and it's going to be, the passion's going to come out of you when you perform these songs, when you get to get involved with them and everything.
That's how you would feel, or what you would think.
Yeah.
But as I said, if it's a band situation where they are already established and they have their workflow, and they just think about their own way of doing things, and they don't really care if you're fulfilled or not. They're like, hey, you get to play on stage, you get paid to doing it. So if that's not enough fulfillment, well, go find another band or start your own.
Right.
And I can see it from both sides. But Wolf offered, and for the first album I was on, To Me to Die, I basically wrote 2 songs completely, or I demoed 2 songs completely, and then of course he goes and adds the solos and then puts his own fingerprints on it. I did that, and then for 3 songs I wrote the lyrics, or parts of the lyrics, and we collaborated on that. And on the last album, on Humanoid, I wrote mostly lyrics for 4 songs. But one of the songs is The Reckoning. That's the opener of our current live show. So that's pretty cool. Going out and basically remembering how you wrote it. Like I was sitting on the couch and just writing lyrics, and then you're on stage and then you just shout it out, and then people are actually singing along. Like, this is cute, man. This is pretty cool, actually.
That's great.
So,
you mentioned before, you were you knew of Accept, but you weren't the hugest fan. Who inspired you? And you know, if you're not playing Accept, you know, what are you listening to? What gets you, you know, creatively?
I do listen to a lot of different music when I'm just listening to music. You go from whatever jazz to like singer-songwriters to like the progressive rock. It's like stuff that I really like, and I think as a musician, that those are the guys that influenced me the most. Right? Like Billy Sheehan was always my biggest influence because I started bass in '86, and it was the same time when David Roth released his first solo album, Eat 'Em and Smile, with Billy Sheehan and Steve Vai and Greg Bissonette on drums.
Great band.
Fantastic. And that's when I was like, what's this bass player doing? This is amazing. And so I just studied Billy's playing and what he does. And so I was a big disciple of his playing.
Nice.
And then I was very much into like shredder guitar players like Paul Gilbert, Steve Vai, Joe Satriani, John Petrucci, Dream Theater stuff when they came out. That was very inspiring. And then I tried to emulate that on. Try to emulate that on the bass and overplayed. So a lot of bands I was in, I was like, "You're playing too much." And I'm like, "No, I'm not." And so that's how I became like very technical and like, so I love virtuoso playing and that's when I did like my solo albums. That's what I tried to put on there. So I basically played the bass like it's a big guitar, just cover everything. And so I still get inspired by that. And especially now these days with YouTube, you have all these new talents of people that are just putting out videos. We're like, how do you do that? You know, and there's like kids that are like 15, 16, and just shredding circles around you. And like, damn, it's disheartening. You know?
But in a way, I get inspired when I see something like, because at least younger kids are, you know, it's the environment, at least in the States, you know, rock music isn't as, you know, mainstream as it was.
Right.
And you see, you know, more kids into, you know, music like hip hop, which is, you know, not as much instrumentation,
right,
if at all. But to see young kids still pick up instruments is very,
right,
very inspiring.
Because it's I'm gonna say comparably easy to just take a laptop and just throw some loops together, and then, but to play an instrument, a guitar, or even keyboards, to actually play it like piano or something, or drums, you know, you have to put in the time. There's no shortcut. You cannot download that. You know, it's like something you have to sit down for hours and days and weeks and months and years to get there. And so the fact that they're doing that is gives me hope.
And I'm surprised too with a lot of like the YouTube videos I see of younger kids, but a lot more girls getting into playing, you know, guitar and bass and drums, and, you know, and that's kind of neat. You didn't see that as much, you know, when I was coming up. But what do you got? What's on the agenda for Accept right now? You got some tour dates coming back up?
Yeah, so we have, so right now we're kind of like a little bit on a break because last year was very busy. I think we played like 96 shows last year, from Brazil to Istanbul and everything in between.
Nice.
And so I think we all kind of needed a little bit of a break. And while we're going back out, we have in beginning of May, we're playing M3 Festival in Maryland. So we're playing Saturday night right before David Roth. Exactly.
Nice, yeah.
And
everybody, I think, is excited for that and scared in a way.
Yeah, right. No, let's see if they put me on the stage. So I'll be watching it from side stage, so I definitely want to see that.
Gonna have Warren DeMartini and Piercy gonna be playing.
Right, I hope they're gonna, because they're playing Friday and we're flying in Friday. So I actually jammed with Warren once when I was touring with Uli John Roth.
Nice.
From formerly of the Scorpions.
I've seen Uli John Roth.
Yeah.
I have permanent hearing damage from Uli John Roth.
I would have that too if I wouldn't wear earplugs on stage.
It was painful.
Yeah.
But I mean, I couldn't leave. People were leaving because it was so loud. He was in a small venue. You know. But
when was it?
This had to be, maybe 2018.
Okay. I played 3 times, so 2008, 2009, and 2012.
Amazing guitar.
Of course. Yeah. Total same huge influence on so many people. But it's funny. It's like Uli John Roth is a lot like Accept. They're not necessarily household names, but they influence a lot of household names. And so like there's a photo of Lars and James when they're recording some Metallica album, somewhere in the 80s, and I think Lars is wearing an Accept shirt. And when I was touring with Uli, he has all these legends come and sit in, like Warner Martini. He came a few times. John Dokken sat in with us. Who else? I know he had Paul Gilbert come in one time. He had Steve Lukather at some point. It's another one of these things, like people don't really know Uli, but people know Uli. Guitar players you admire.
Definitely, when you talk to other musicians, guitar
Exactly.
players are going to know and
Exactly.
respect what he did. It's a shame over here in the States, his era of Scorpions is not nearly well as known as, like Rocky Like a Hurricane. And stuff
Exactly,
like that.
yeah.
Something like Sails of Sharon, that's,
Right.
That's the kind of stuff that hits me. So,
That's the stuff we played. That was legendary. Yeah, he left the band basically before it became a huge success. And I asked him actually one time. I said, "Do you regret leaving?" And he said, "No, I'm happy the way I did it." And he felt that the band was going into a direction that wasn't his style anymore. And, so he's happy doing his own thing. And I see him. I saw him last year twice, just backstage at the same festivals. And it's always a great hello and great to see you. And so it's really good.
is there anybody else that's like on a bucket list for you that you'd like to work with, either a touring or,
Playing
recording
together
with capacity?
Yeah, so my last album that I did, I checked off a lot of names that I wanted to play with. Joe Satriani was somebody I really wanted to play with. Frank Gambale was a great guy who played with Chick Corea. What a monster musician. I wanted to have Steve Lukather, but he was busy, but I know his son. So Trav Lukather, and he sounds just like his dad. So he played on my album. And but definitely Paul Gilbert is definitely on my list that I would love to play with, and Steve Vai. Those two guys, like I'd love to play with them. And I've met them all, and it's always great to talk. But it's somebody I'm like, I'd love to be either on stage with you at some point or actually be on a recording. So I'm working on that.
Awesome. Well, I hope next time you guys get touring, you play the Seattle area. That I'm out in Seattle right now. But I would love to see you guys. I've never got to see Accept yet.
Yeah. Well, usually we don't make it up there. We're usually in LA or San Francisco area. But I played with Uli at El Corazon.
Oh yeah. Okay. Yeah. I know
Is that still around?
Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
It has that weird pillar in the middle of the stage.
I haven't. I just moved there from New Orleans. But I know the club already. I mean, a lot of great bands and stuff that I love, plays there.
It's very intimate too. You're really close to.
But I would love to see you guys. After you, I'm talking to Christopher. And I'd love to see him play. I've talked to him a couple times. Real nice guy.
Oh, yeah, I love him. And he's one of the top drummers that I play with. And I mean, I played with Greg Bissonette and Wally Reyes, who plays with Chicago, but he played with Santana. Played with Chad Wackerman, who was in Frank Zappa's, and Malcolm Miniman.
I'm a big Zappa.
Yeah. And Christopher's all the way up there, same league, playing wise. And then he's also a great guy, great friend. We hang out, have dinners together, and it's a fantastic rhythm section. I'm proud to be a part of. So.
Well, thank you so much, man.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. And it was great seeing you play last night and everything. And,
thank you, and I had a blast.
And hopefully I'll see you on stage with Accept. So
absolutely.
That'd be nice.
Well, I got a gift for you. Because I also do studio recordings, so people can hire me to play on their albums. So this is my little vinyl coaster.
I love it.
And have another one? Lucky Shark. And so that's my web. StudioBasis.com is the website where people can get me if they want some bass tracks.
Nice. It was a pleasure meeting
Likewise,
you.
thank you so
Thank
much.
you so much.
Good to meet you. And have a successful day.
Thank you.
All right,
Thank you
see you
very
around.
much. Have a good one.
All right. Super cool guy, man. Really cool dude. Hope to see him again in a future Rockin' Pod. And we go right from him to another member of Accept. Now, this is one we reviewed at Rockin' Pod 4, if I'm counting right. And this guy is cool as shit. Christopher Williams from Accept. This is a guy when we met him. Chris Sinzak told me like what a huge Kiss fan he was. And I'm trying to get rid of all this fucking Kiss fucking merch I got. So I had Kiss car seat covers and I gave them to him at Rockin' Pod. Super nice guy. Ralph, you've had him on the Almost Human page before, right? For multiple episodes?
No. No.
Didn't you have Christopher?
No. There was a time where I was supposed to interview him and Phil from Accept at the same time. And he didn't show up and I did the show with Phil. Then later on I heard that he did go in the waiting room and I guess I didn't see him. So he's probably but he was late. What can I do? I did the interview and I didn't look at the panel to see if anybody was waiting. And he was.
Well, he's a super fucking nice guy. And the first thing I asked him when we did the interview, I said, hey, I'm the guy that gave you the Love Gun seat covers. Did you ever fucking use them? And he started dying laughing. He goes, as a matter of fact, I just did the other week. And he gets out his phone and starts showing me, as you'll see, he put them in his truck. Really nice guy. Got to hang out with him after Rockin' Pod. And man, some of the stories this guy told, not shit we can talk about here. And that's unfortunate because if you were at Rockin' Pod and you were hanging around, you could hear this shit, but a lot of stuff he told me, I can't talk about on the show. Out of respect for him, but just hearing different things about like the inner workings of Accept and all this shit, you know, and of course, hilarious fucking Kiss stories. But a really, really good interview with Christopher Williams from Accept. Here we go.
Got rock. I got to bed at 3 and Ainsley, my wife, got up at 6:30 and woke me up at 7. No, it's just like, she's the booth over there with the gold. She's in a light blue denim. Singer, songwriter, artist, all that. Yeah, she's like, get up. Get up. I'm going, my first alarm's at 7:45. Right. She goes, it takes you an hour to wake up. Get up. Like, okay. I sat up in bed with the first coffee for 20 minutes. I'm like, I need to put my head back down. She goes, no. So I just leaned, just propped myself up. It's like, okay. And about 10 minutes of that, it hit you. It's like, okay, I'm good. I'm ready to get up now. Ish. How you doing?
How you doing?
Christopher. Pleasure.
Yeah, so apologies, I had to run to the bathroom real quick.
All good.
But
I was right before you.
He was on Bonus.
Everything. That's everything.
Running jokes with a band
Inside
Bonus.
joke with the whole thing. To the band.
Actually interviewed you, I think it was 3 Rockin' Pods ago.
Yep, that was the first one. 2014. And then the last one I did was 18 or 19.
Yeah, I think I gave you the Kiss seat covers.
Yeah.
Did you use them?
They're on my work truck. Absolutely.
No shit.
I literally, they had been in the back of the truck for a couple years because I had them boxed away with my Kiss shit. So it was like, oh yeah, I'll keep them mint, and I'm going, fuck that. So yeah, I put them on in my work truck last week. It's like, man, these things have sat in here for like 2 years. Get them out.
That's awesome. I'm glad they're getting used.
I've got a photo of it somewhere. Because I even, there we go, yeah. I pointed them out to my wife from the kitchen window. We're looking down on it, and I go, notice anything different in the truck? She goes, oh my God. I said, yep.
So how you been, man?
Good. Rocking and rolling, man.
Right on.
Steph's been jamming, and got a band with Richie Faulkner called Elegant Weapons.
Oh, wow, okay.
Put out a record in 23.
Yeah, I knew that. I didn't know you were on that. That's awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
So I did the initial demos because we did that during toward the end of 2020. Scott Travis has a house here, but he was still in Virginia during all that. He hadn't moved yet. And so Richie had me play on the demos. Scott came down, and then at some point Scott was just like, I don't really want to start a new band. And so I know he played some stuff, but I'm not sure what, if any of it, made it correct. Yeah. So I don't know, but we just finished up the second record.
Nice.
So hopefully that'll come out sometime next year.
Is there going to be any touring behind that?
I hope so. It really depends on all of our schedules, because I'm with Accept, of course. Richie's obviously with Breeze. Our bass player, Davey Rimmers, with Uriah Heep. And then we got Ronnie Romero on vocals from Rainbow and Michael Schenker and his own stuff too. He put out an album, a solo record last year that he's been touring now. So it's kind of like, all right, when are the stars going to align, you know?
Yeah.
So.
And that's kind of got to be hard in situations when you're all in other bands.
Yeah, but I mean, it's cool because we all know we're in bands that they have a timeline.
Right.
They have a shelf life at some point. It's got to be done. And, you know, I think Richie's 45 now. I think I'll be 40 in November. It's like we're all still young enough to just keep going. Why not?
Right.
So it's been great. We went out in 23. We did a bunch of stuff in Europe. Did a bunch of arena shows with Pantera, open air festivals, all that stuff. So.
Now, when you do this stuff with the other bands, is like Wolf cool with that, or do you have to run everything by? Or?
No, I mean that's a totally different band, totally different thing.
Right.
You know, Accept is his baby and always has been, and that's great. I'm happy and honored to be part of it.
But he's supportive of you going out and doing everything. That's awesome.
If that band's not working, I'm at home.
Right.
You know. Now, granted, I've got a woodworking business. I weld. You know, I've got a new company I'm starting up called Kick Logos, doing bass drum heads and artwork, because I've done all my own graphics for years and years. But yeah, I pretty much go, hey, got an offer for blah, or here's the situation. Are you planning anything? Because there's nothing on the date on the calendar.
Right.
And, you know, but I do that with any band that I'm committed to.
Right.
You know, if Weapons had a bunch of stuff coming up, I'd say no, I'm not available to do whatever because I'm committed to that. But yeah, he's cool.
That's awesome.
It's all good.
So, in the situation you're in, where you're playing in different bands and touring and stuff, does it almost get to where you kind of have to start your own business? You know, because I imagine it'd be hard, like if you worked a regular job and have to take that kind of time. I mean, do you have to do something like that almost out of necessity?
No, I mean, I'm fortunate that, you know, with my musical background, not a lot of people know, but it's not just metal or rock. I had a jazz quartet that would go out and play corporate gigs when I was in high school. Orchestral work, all kinds of music. My very first band that I ever toured with was a 7-piece funk band with a horn section. And we went out and opened for Parliament Funkadelic, Fishbone, and the Abbott Brothers. And we used to do all these stoner festivals and like craft beer fests when craft beer wasn't even a term.
Right.
They were just called microbreweries. And but at the same time, I had a metal band that was kind of like Meshuggah meets Fear Factory. And then I had a band out playing pubs doing 70s and 80s rock covers and 60s stuff. So it's just all encompassing. So with that, the cool thing is a lot of people in the community here in Nashville have gotten to make music. So if I'm home and just either send out a text or just show up at a gig, you know, because must be present to win. It's like, hey, you want to come out on the road this week, or you want to do this record, or I've got a studio in my house that I cut album, just doing drums, vocals. So it's like that in itself keeps me busy enough. But the cool thing with having the side businesses that are hobbies is they can be related to music. Because woodworking, obviously, I could build drums or things relating to that. With welding, I build my own racks and risers. So it could be related to music, or I could completely shut music off and just take a mental break and physical break from that world and just put my brain elsewhere. And that allows me to recharge and get excited about going out and doing whatever gig.
Right. Well, I was wondering, correct me if I'm wrong, isn't Mark Tornillo, he's a union electrician, isn't he?
Yeah, he retired now. But
yeah, he's retired?
He was a master electrician for 30 years with the union up there.
Yeah.
He's sparky.
And I always just wonder how hard that would be to balance, hey, I'm going on tour, boss, where most if you don't have your own thing that you're doing, it could be a tough situation.
With him for years, the band always based its schedule around his.
Oh, wow.
If the band came in and said, we have this offer for blah, he would say, we can do that, but those 4 or 5 days off there, I have to fly home because I've got to go sign the book to stay current, so that when we've got, after this tour, when we've got 6 months off, he's still at the top of the call list.
Right.
So he could get home Saturday night, and first thing Monday morning, he's out there laying cable.
You were talking about your background, the different types, and you're in a great place to where that does open you up to so much music possibilities.
And it's cool because I love working with my hands, whether it's music or drawing or making something from nothing. It kind of goes hand in hand with music. You get an idea for a song or something, you just pull it from the ethos, wherever, however it comes to be. Similar thing with building something.
Yeah.
You go, gee, I want to build this. This is what I want the end product to be, so let's reverse engineer that. That's where I need to go from there. Similar with a song. Well, you want to write a song, you got to start with an idea. Write lyrics, write a melody, compose it, and then layer after layer, it becomes this thing.
Awesome.
So they go hand in hand and keeps me busy.
Well, you're known as a legendary Kiss fan.
Nerd.
Yeah. Yeah. Sit here, defend the elder to me. Come on.
I'm wearing a 77 Pacifica Destroyer belt buckle right now. Fans will understand. Others will not. But,
have you ever got a chance to jam with any of them?
Yeah, it was depending when we met, what year that was. I went to Canada with Gene and played in the solo band for a gig there. Then we immediately went from Canada to Australia. We did 5 gigs in Australia with Gene headlining, Ace opening, and we were also Ace's band. Then immediately flew to Japan for 8 shows with Ace. So that's been pretty killer.
Is it totally different, like playing with Ace compared to Gene?
Yeah, but I mean, not really. For me anyway, because I'm the guy I got to drive the ship, or drive the bus, steer the ship, whatever you want to call it. But the cool thing with it, the backup band, it was Phil Schaus, Jeremy Asbrock, Ryan Cook, and myself. We're all mega Kiss nerds, so it was like we don't even need to rehearse the songs. We've played these songs since we were kids.
Right.
It was just a matter of which arrangement are we going with? Are we doing this version, that one, the last tour? Are we doing the 86? Yeah, because we're nerds.
Is there any song that you like talked them into? Like they weren't doing, or something you suggested?
We kept trying to get Gene to play Christine 16, and he wouldn't.
No.
He wouldn't, because that was like all the Me Too stuff was everywhere. Everywhere. This is 2018.
Right.
And he's like, nope, I am not singing a song about a 16-year-old girl. Nope. He's a smart man.
Yeah.
But, yeah, he's like, nope. One of the guys inevitably would always start the ba-ba, and go, nope, stop it. Anything else he was pretty open to.
Yeah.
You know, we would do sound checks because he was promoting the Vault, his box set. So part of on the Australian leg, part of the Vault was you got to come to sound check, and we would get up, he would do the Q&A, people would request songs, or we'd just jam. There's actually there's a clip on YouTube from that tour, Sydney, maybe, where Ace came out, and it was who knows what, who's going to play that riff and that lick and this drum thing. It was a complete free-for-all, but it was a blast.
That's awesome.
And it was cool. Like, the first show, it was the first or second show, Ace came up during Gene for the encore, and we did Deuce. And we're at the end of the song, and we're all kind of looking at each other going, are they going to do it? Is it going to happen? And Ace throws the headstock out, and they're like, boom! And just teased at it for a minute. But, on the one hand, so you've got to be professional. And at the end of the day, they're just people. They're musicians.
Right.
And you're being paid to do a job, regardless of whom that other person or people are. Show up, do the gig. That's it. That's your whole point of being there. But on the inside, the little kid in you's going, oh my God, this is happening. Yeah. And I get to hang out with these guys, travel, play music, and with some of my best friends in the band. Like, it was the coolest experience.
Yeah.
It was great.
It had to be, great part about you said you all know those songs, so it's not work, it's just ingrained in you.
Well, and we were at the Indie Kiss Expo in 2018, in May, I think it was. And Eric Singer and I are good friends. Brent Fitz was the drummer for the Gene Simmons band at the time. Slash was going to start promoting a new record around the time of that tour, so Fitz couldn't do it. And Eric and Fitz are talking, and I just kind of walked up, and Eric goes, oh, why aren't you on the gig? I go, what? What gig? He goes, you can't do the Gene and Ace thing. You should do it. I go, well, if I'm available, yeah, Ryan obviously has my number. And then there it was. Nice. Initially, when Gene started booking like the in-person appearances, which was just supposed to be like 2 or 3 gigs to go along with like an in-person signing or some conference. I don't remember the situation, but I couldn't do it because Accept was touring. Like, that was one of those cool moments of going, I just did Rex Brown's album. I just dropped something. I dropped a name. I just did Rex Brown's album, but I can't tour with him because Accept is touring, and I can't tour with Gene because Accept is touring. But I'm in Accept. Like, how did I end up here?
Good problem
This
to
is
have.
pretty damn cool, So I'm just grateful and happy to play drums. That's all I ever wanted to do, and I get to do it, and I just happen to get to do it on a different stage. all the time. It's cool.
That's awesome. Well, what do you got? Stuff's not touring right now. Do you got anything?
We've got, so M3's coming up.
Oh, that's right.
We're going to Japan in May as well for a couple days. June and July in Europe for the open air stuff, and maybe the States later this year. I don't know yet. But
well, I hope you make it to Seattle. I'd love to see it.
yeah, man. I don't think I've been to Seattle with them yet.
Yeah, it's
I've been there 10 years.
Yeah,
I think we would.
what Martin was saying.
Yeah.
They play there, but no, I'd love to see you guys, man.
Yeah. And then Elegant Weapons, and then like I said, I've got kicklogos.com is coming soon for drummers and artists that need heads and vinyl work or just graphic work.
Awesome. Well, man, thank you for your time. I appreciate it so much. I'm so glad you got use out of the seat covers,
Oh yeah.
too.
Oh yeah, man. They're in the truck.
Awesome. Well, thanks for coming, man, and
Absolutely.
giving us your time.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Have a good one, man.
You too. Cheers.
Yep.
Bye.
All right. Well, after Christopher Williams, I had Hal Sparks, which is what I was pretty excited about. Hal Sparks is somebody I knew from Talk Soup. If anybody remembers when E! Entertainment was actually a fun channel, they had this show, Talk Soup, that went over all like Jerry Springer, Sally Jesse, Maury, all the talk shows at the time. They're not really a thing anymore, but they were back then. Really funny guy. And then from then he went on to star on Showtime's Queer as Folk. A lot of people will know him from the I Love the 70s, 80s, 90s, all that shit on VH1. He was on all those. And I also knew he was like a metal guy. Like he was really into like, you know, Kiss and, you know, metal bands and stuff like that. And I remember like when I heard he was a singer, like normally you're like, oh, a celebrity singing, this is going to be fucking terrible. This is going to be some like Chris Jericho shit. This guy has got an amazing voice. And in fact, Friday night at Rare Hair, he's a big King's X fan, which is awesome in and of itself. We talked about King's X in the interview. But he got up and sang some King's X and did an amazing job. But he's also done very well post-pandemic, having a political talk show on radio. And we get into that, and this was one of those, I didn't know what to expect with this guy. And wow, it was kind of an intense fucking interview. And he's very passionate about what he's into and what he talks about. And was a not like a shocking interview, but I thought it was really cool and different, especially for our show. But I just kind of like threw some questions at him, let him, you know, take it wherever he wanted to. And I think it's a pretty neat fucking interview. So here you go. Here's me with Hal Sparks.
How you doing?
Spectacular.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
How you doing? Dave.
Hey, Dave. I'm Dave too. All right. I'm Dave.
Easy to remember.
Yeah. This is Dave, my brother Dave, my other brother Dave. This is Bo. That's Matt. Yep.
So how you doing, man?
I'm amazing.
Great job last night on
Thank
the
you.
King's X.
Thank you.
Before you guys get into this,
Yes.
I love your band.
Not
your no.
Zero
Yeah.
one.
Action.
Zero.
Action.
Oh, Easy
Zero-
Action.
Easy Action.
Yeah.
Great band.
Thank you.
Great band. 01's good too. I like.
Yeah.
A guy I know is in that.
Bumper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that led me to Easy
Everybody
Action.
knows Bumper. I think everybody meets at the clinic.
Which, so yeah, go. I just have to throw that out.
Yeah. Cool.
No, it's honor to meet you. I've been watching.
I know.
I know. Talk Soup.
Yeah.
I mean, I go back to that.
That's right.
And it was funny. I watched that show for years, and when Kinnear got replaced with John Henson, I was like, ugh. Took me a week, and then I end up loving him.
Yeah.
And then I get used to him, and then you show up. But like right away, I just thought you were highly entertaining.
Well, thank you.
And
You're correct. It's whether accidentally or on purpose, that's the goal, right?
yeah, no, you did a great job. And then you know you did great on all the I love the '80s and '90s.
Yeah.
And then I remember hearing about, you singing.
Yeah.
And I always get worried when a celebrity like, oh,
Sure.
God, but you've got a great fucking voice.
Thanks. Yeah. And, my dad's a bluegrass musician, and I grew up in Kentucky, and my family down here in Nashville. All of our music friends in my family are bluegrass people.
Yeah.
Bela Fleck, the banjo player, and all the guys from Newgrass Revival, J.D. Crowe in the New South, like Emmylou Harris. My dad fixed guitars for John Denver at one point, so we went and saw him live, and it was very sweet. And
he didn't work on his plane, did he?
No,
okay.
Nobody did. Fortunately. He gave me a Coke backstage at one of his shows. It was like a very Mean Joe Green moment. Really sweet guy. But all of my world was around country and bluegrass, but everybody was a player. Everybody loved their instruments, and the only rule in our house was, doesn't matter what you do, just do it well. You're allowed to do it. Anything you want to do in your life, you're allowed to do it, but you have to do it at the level that you can make a living doing it before you inflict it on anybody else. So whether it's singing or playing, just practice.
Yeah.
And I believe that any amateur can do what a professional can do. The only thing is the professional could do it again tomorrow. Right. And it took me a long time to get from my amateur love of the music that I like to sing and be around and enjoy to where I could do it again tomorrow. Right. And that became a goal. It became like, out of respect for the music. Right. And the fact that all of our artists that we grew up to, there was no auto-tune. They just kept doing it to tape until they either ran out of tape and said, fuck it, or they, got it right.
Right. Well, you come from, family with the country and the bluegrass. How did you find metal, and when did you get into it?
If your dad wants you to play acoustic, you'll get an electric, and vice versa. You know what I mean? You're a metal. Your dad's like in Iron Maiden. He's going to hand you an electric guitar, and you're going to go, but I found a ukulele. Have you heard of Ed Sheeran? Right. That's how it works out. I mean, so we used to go to a place in Indiana called Friendship, Indiana for rendezvous, for sleeping teepees and all that kind of stuff. And there's a big flea market there. And the first thing I ever bought with my own money, I saved up $7. It took me a year. I saved up and I bought the first Kiss record from the guy at the flea market when I was 5 years old. And because I just looked at the picture on him like, what the hell is this, right? And I was immediately in love with it. And specifically the intro to Rock Bottom and Rock Bottom itself, that was the song that hooked me into it. And then from that point on, I was like, whatever they got, let's just keep it coming, And then that flourished into, your tastes expand. You find out who they like, you start listening to who they reference or, bands they appreciate or whatever. And I think that's why most kids, real musicians and real music fans, that's how it starts. Whatever your primary artist is, they were influenced by this person, so you go listen to that person. And then you see an interview with somebody, you're like, oh yeah, he used to listen to Muddy Waters or something. You go listen to that. Right? So that had value. Not all of it works. It's weird, because I feel like I have gaps in my listening on purpose that bands that just don't do it for me. Huge fan bases, great bands. Yeah. And I have a rule. I don't have to like what you like to love what you love. Right. You can love whatever you want, and I'm awesome. It's great for you. I don't shit on people's music tastes, ever, because it doesn't involve me. I don't listen to music with your ears. Right? This is my music, and it touched me, and if that music touched you, it's none of my fucking business. And coming in and saying, that band sucks, just rando. It's like, come over here and sing. It's usually my attitude. And I can have reasons I don't like a band because the band member's an asshole, or they covered a song of my artist that I like, or whatever. Those are personal. They have nothing to do with whether you like it or not. Right. None of my business. So I've always kind of lived in that zone, and that's kind of where I developed my motto of, care enough not to give a shit.
Yeah. Well, I saw when you were 14, you moved to Winnetka. Is that true? Well, I grew up about 50 minutes south of Chicago, and we're just a few years apart.
Yeah.
But I'm sure you saw some great shows in Chicago.
Oh my God.
The Brawl Room, the Riv.
Yeah. Okay, so I saw Exodus, Raven, and Slayer at the Aragon Brawl Room, and I will never forget. It was Exodus and then Raven, and during Raven, the mosh pit got pretty fierce, and two guys were like, in particular, these guys have been all up. I'm sure you've worked the line on the mosh pit sometimes. Sometimes you're in it. Sometimes you're the dude protecting the girl with the beer. Right. And you're just being macho that night. Like, I'd rather get laid than get into a fight. So I'm going to do perimeter work tonight. So I'm working perimeter at this one. And I'm at the edge of it. And these two guys are just throwing their bodies around. And they hit heads. Just crack. And it was so loud. It was right in front of us. Like, it was so, their heads hitting was so loud, you could hear it over the music. They both went down. Blood everywhere. Their friends immediately grabbed them and dragged them towards the door, because this was something serious. So they went out there, and then ambulances came, whatever. And they had to shut down the show for a minute while that's happened. And I will never forget the sound of a dude coming out, like janitorial or some poor sap who worked at the ballroom, with a push broom. Going, pushing the blood and beer off the floor. Like, that noise is stuck in my head to this day. So yes, you could say that. But then I also got to see, Enough's Enough and Ministry, and I saw King's X for the first time there. I saw King's X, Blue Murder, and Billy Squire at the Vic. And King's X and Blue Murder were so good that I couldn't stand Billy Squire, and no fault of his. And so I went down and I hit on the co-check girl who was working there, and I ended up dating her for 10 months. So I owe Billy Squire.
Those are some great venues. I've got so many memories of the Rib and the Brawl Room,
Metro, and
Metro.
So and then
Did you ever get to go to Thirsty Whale?
Oh shit, yeah.
It closed down before I got to.
Yeah. I saw King's X at the Thirsty Whale.
Oh shit.
Yeah. And 2 years later, after the Vic, on their own. The Thirsty Whale was one of those, like, this place is gonna burn down with everybody in it one day. God damn.
That's what I heard. I mean, I wish I could have went there, but there's a lot of Rosemont, of course. You ever make the road trips to Alpine Valley?
Of course. I saw Monsters of Rock. We were watching Monsters of Rock when Stevie Ray Vaughan died.
Yeah.
They announced it over the loudspeaker. Like Metallica, Van Halen, Skid Row. Shit, I'm trying to think of the shirt that I have it.
I forget, what was that?
Yeah.
Dokken, Kingdom Come.
Yeah. Fucking Kingdom Come smoked it. They were great.
Yeah.
They caught so much shit as Kingdom Clone and all that shit. And you're like, dude, What Love Can Be, Get It On.
Yeah.
The fucking record's great. It's a great record. People just need to shut the fuck up and
I like
enjoy
the second one, Do You Like It?
Yes.
That was a good one.
Yeah. Do you like it? Yeah, it's great. And I saw White Lion there, saw Cheap Trick more than a few times,
right.
which is great.
Yeah.
And mainly if I went to the World Theater later or Alpine, it would be to see Kiss, largely. Or I saw Maiden at the World Theater. And back and forth there all the time. But I have a radio show there that I've been doing for the last 15 years, and all my high school friends are still there. So all through the 90s, I would go back and see shows with them and stuff, which is great. One of the greatest things about Chicago as an art town. So if you go to LA, everybody expects to be discovered. Somebody taps you on the shoulder and you go, "You should be in pictures, kid. You got moxie. There's something you got it." Right. There's no it in Chicago. Chicago is like you work for a fucking living. It's a blue collar art town, and if you're a band, you just wood shit. Get out there, play, and you'll play bigger places, and people will respect you, and then you'll grow, and then you become the band you're going to be. Instead of getting discovered and getting stuck in a loop of sound alike for the rest of your life. And so Chicago is that way with everything. So when I moved up there, I didn't know stand-up was a job. I didn't know you could do it. Right? It was absurd to me. Who the fuck makes a living telling jokes in a room full of strangers, right? I was 14. And I grew up, I didn't have a TV in Kentucky. I didn't have a TV till I moved to Chicago. So I listened to comedy records when I was a kid. That's where I cut my teeth and learned how to joke and all that stuff. and these were like albums from the 60s, not albums from, like Lenny Bruce and Shelley Berman and Godfrey Cambridge and Richard Pryor and early Carlin and old like vaudeville records. And so I would listen to that stuff. So I was like a kid growing up in the 40s, moving to modern Chicago. But when I went there, they were like, no, you open mic 5 minutes, and you get a few sets, and then you can host, and then you feature, you do a special act, and then you feature, and then you headline, and then you tour. And you tour somebody else's feature, and then you tour on your own. And I was like, okay, that's a ladder. It's got 10 rungs in it. I can do that. So I just started working. Whereas if I'd have gone to LA or even New York, it'd be like, the bar is set here. If you can't run high jump over it, or you're not rich enough to be able to hang out long enough to have somebody drive you over it, which is what a lot of people do, you're fucked. So Chicago really gave me that like blue collar chance.
I miss the city. I don't miss the weather, but it's a hell of a city.
Dude, I love the weather. I like fucking the cold. It weeds out the weak.
I live in Seattle now, and it's like after living.
That's getting hot though. Seattle's getting warm. Like, it's so weird.
But after I lived in the South for 25 years and moved there, now that's cold to me. But I'm like, it's never. You go walk downtown Chicago and you go around, and that air comes off the lake. That shit goes to your bones.
Yeah, it does.
But it's an incredible city.
I love it. Yeah, and I remember when there was a point where the Hancock Tower, they had put new windows in the top. They replaced some of them or whatever, and the sealant that they put in them had expanded and contracted and expanded and contracted. And it was so cold and so hot and so cold over there that they started to get loose, and the wind started blowing against them, and they started going, and then like 2 or 3 of them popped out and sailed like giant pieces of paper all the way down the street, and one of them cut a cab in half. Just pow! Glass everywhere, just because it was like a giant knife, So needless to say, there were work crews all around the Hancock Tower for the next 3 months, and they resealed everything, and they learned a lot. But that was, we used to go down to Ed DeBevick's. I remember going when the snow would hit, and there's no tire tracks in the snow downtown. And it just looked like nuclear winter. Driving around, everybody's inside. Everybody, like, the drapes are closed because anything to keep the heat warm, and all the glass buildings, you pull your drapes to keep the cold from the glass from, like, emanating to the rest of the room. So it just looked dead. Driving down to Ed DeBevick's in my buddy's piece of shit, Camaro, trying to get something to eat where there were girls, right? So that, you're like, that or Homer's? Flip the coin.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah.
Okay, so you do the comedy. You got the bands going, and now you got the politics.
Yeah.
In the political show that Criss was telling me about. Because I told him I was interviewing you, and I love Hal Sparks. He goes, "Oh yeah, you guys will get along. He hates Trump worse than you." I was like, "Oh, I can't wait." Was politics something you were always interested in, or is it like because of what we're going through now, it brought it to the forefront?
It was always there. When I moved to Chicago, when I started doing stand-up when I was 17, I won the Funniest Teenager in Chicago contest. And one of the judges was a local comedian who was very big in the city for a long time. He was a political comic named Aaron Freeman. He was a black dude, been around for a long time. He was great. And he had a crazy laugh. He'd go, like that. And so at one point during my set, me and a bunch of other teenage boys doing stand-up, in the middle of my act, I told a joke, and Aaron went, I was like, Aaron, please, that laugh, are you sick? I thought it was my stomach for a half an hour, I swear to God. And that's what won it for me, is that I broke from my set and was comfortable, and that's where they went, oh, guy's a pro, whatever. So Aaron, after that, invited me to come to a club he ran, which was called the Cloud Club in Chicago, and it was all political comedy. Cigar-chomping fat guys watching political comedy. And at the time, I'm doing Reagan jokes. I'm not even old enough to vote. And I would sit there, and every guy in there looked like the album cover for Warrant's Dirty, Rotten, Stinking Rich. And you guys like, what the fuck does this kid know? That kind of shit. And then halfway through my set, you go, kid's got a fucking point. He's got a point. Fine. Yeah, that's funny. Like, I know it's funny. Just laugh, dipshit. And anyway, so that's where I cut my teeth on political comedy. And I learned over the years, I moved my stand-up to socio-political stuff because I wanted to deal with the roots of the issue, not the branches and the fruit. A lot of political comedy is just people picking overripe fruit, the obvious jokes on the outside. But it's the social stuff underneath that makes it possible in the first place. And you'll never make any headway socially if you just go after whatever the news of the day is. So, in my regular stand-up, I'm not directly political. Thematically so. You can tell what my politics are probably from listening to what I talk about. But I'm not gonna walk anybody because of that. If you walk, it's because you're an asshole, not because I went, George Bush was not a patriot. Right, that kind of thing. Not because they went, he sure as fuck is. You know, like I don't need that. And politics should be about compromising content. That's what democracy is different from other stuff. Instead of fighting between us, we find common ground. And that common ground's got to be on common understanding. Now, I do political stand-up with Stephanie Miller and that crowd, and we tour, and that's naming names in specific, but it's got its own life. My regular stand-up is a separate animal from that because I want it to last. I don't want to make toilet paper and fucking fast food jokes, you know, for the rest of my life, where once it's, you serve it up and it's eaten, serve it up and it's eaten, the same shit every day. That's what happens. But with the live stream stuff, that started during COVID, and a lot of people were just panicked, just afraid. And I was like, how can I contribute? So I've been doing a show in China for 2 years. I was there for months at a time because they needed a host who spoke Chinese and was funny, and there's only one of us. So it was the easiest audition I've ever had. So I'm over there filming a travel show, basically. And I'm encountering, needless to say, a lot of the worst aspects of Chinese culture. I love Chinese culture. Like I said, I speak Mandarin. I got 3 black belts. 2 of them are in Chinese arts. My whole life I grew up. Feng shui my house. I have a giant Quan Gun statue in my house, which is the patron saint of policemen. He's got a big horse cutter knife, and it's a great statue. I bought it in Toronto when I was doing Queer Folk. I've had it as like one of my, like, very proud I own that statue. It's fucking amazing. Giant brass statue. Right now, Chinese culture in China is like the equivalent of, it's about as, Chinese culture in China is the Chinese culture historically like Harley Davidson theme restaurants are to the motorcycles. Right. You know exactly what I mean. Yeah. It's fucking pitiful. And it's sad to see it die. But I was there months and months ago. And I came back, and I had seen COVID going through the country. When I got back, it was Christmas of 2019. I was at my dad's house visiting Christmas, brought my son there, and we were having Christmas. And I do my radio show on a Saturday, and I went, look, I just got back from China. If you get sick, stay home. Cough into your elbow. Don't shake hands with anybody. Don't touch your eyes if you get sick, because there's something coming. It's going to be bad. Anybody who wants to can go back and look at the Christmas episode of my show on YouTube, and you'll see me going, it's bad and it's on its way. And it was. I had 1 more month there. I went back in January, and when I came back, I was like, I'm never going back again. First of all, they're never going to let me. They're going to kill me if I go over there. They'll disappear me or keep me. And the relationship between the United States and China is never going to be the same after this date. After January 14th, when I got back. So when I came back, I was like, I know what's coming. I know how bad it's going to be. They lost at least 200 million people in China. Dead. At least. Not including the lead. And so they did the lockdown. Remember the lockdown? We were like, okay, 14 days to stop the spread and all that. So my girlfriend and I were living together in Vegas, and I still had my house in LA, but I was back and forth all the time. And I was like, okay, we're gonna lock down here. So it starts on Monday. I'm gonna drive back to LA, get my shit, come back. So I'm driving back in the car and listening to radio, and they're starting to talk about this thing coming, and I started sobbing. I pulled over to the side of the road because I knew there were like 30 people I couldn't contact in China that I had been speaking to that I knew were dead. They'd been cremated already. I would never hear of them again. And I pulled over and I just bawled. And then when I was done, because you know when you finish all, it's just you're over. You know, still reason to cry, but you don't have anything left necessarily. I literally went, okay, now what? Now what? know this is coming, know this is going to be bad. How can I contribute? How can I know people are going to be as scared as I felt before this. So I'm going to do something. So I started live streaming every single day. Like all the live shows were gone, acting jobs were gone, studios were closed, everything was gone. Still got to feed my family, figure something out. But at the very least, I can make people feel better until I figure that out. I started live streaming every single day. And started out as a hobby, like kind of just something to do. And then it turned into a beast. And now it's a real thing. So now I'm on 6 days a week, Monday through Friday in the afternoons, Monday, Wednesday, Friday in the mornings, my radio show on Saturday, my only day off is Sunday, but I know I'm contributing. And I'm a policy wonk. I like democracy. I like that you and I might disagree on, we don't disagree, I don't believe there are any partisan issues at all. There are no partisan issues. Border is not a partisan issue. Welfare is not a partisan issue. Crime is not a partisan issue. Your solutions are partisan. How I think we should solve it, how you think you solve it, that's where we have a difference. The whole point of democracy is you have 6 points that are good, I have 6 points that are good. We can toss out some of our shit. Let's try to put as many good points together as we can to solve this nonpartisan issue with both our solutions as best we can. And we lose some of that when people take themselves too serious. When Washington thinks it's fucking Hollywood right now, and Trump thinks he's a fucking king. We fought a Revolutionary War, so I don't want to hear about fucking Meghan Markle. She married into the royals. I have no interest in living in a monarchy. I don't want a supreme executive to make all the decisions. I'd rather have the bumpy bullshit of a democracy where we have to argue than some dude making unilateral decisions and fuck everybody else. And he's going to learn that the hard way. Because even the people that he courts, even the maggot brigades that follow him everywhere, they're going to wake up at one point and go, oh, wait, why is he friends with the guy who wants to put a chip in everybody's brain? Wait a minute, why is he friends with the guy who wants to replace everybody with robots? Holy shit, this guy doesn't care about me. Why haven't the Epstein files come out, right? That kind of stuff. They're going to wake up to that. And when they do, I'm not going to go, fuck you, I told you, you dumb son of a bitch. I'm going to go, come here, I got some jokes to tell you. If you see a show, stop. And if you and I have an argument, let's come out of it with some sort of mutually beneficial solution as best we can. That's where politics matters. And if I can make it funny, I can ease everybody out of this fucking pain. And so that's my job. That's my responsibility. There's a Harvard professor that wrote a book on why comedy. Why do we have comedy? What the fuck is it? How did humans come up with humor? What is there? Primates. Primates will sometimes do it too. They'll joke at each other. They'll do that with each other. Why? Well, it's because if I say you're wrong, if I go, fuck you, you're doing it wrong, even if you realize you're doing it wrong, your defensive posture to protect yourself is, no, I'm not, fuck you. So you'll literally build up a wall against my criticism, even if it's right. But if I walk by and I go, dude, I did that too. It's not down that way, it's down this way. We all walk down that, we all get stuck in that cul-de-sac. It's fine. Last time I got stuck in this cul-de-sac, I was dating this girl in Wichita, right? If you do it like that, then the dude walks out of the cul-de-sac and both of us can get back down the process of walking down the road together. So comedy is necessary in politics. One of the biggest problems with Trump is he can't take a joke. And that shows you he's a fraud. He's nowhere near what he says he is. He's not strong. I can take a joke. You can take a joke. You can take a joke. You can't take a joke. You can't take a joke. You're a bitch. And you can't go around saying you're macho and alpha and all that kind of stuff. It just doesn't work. So learn to take a joke. Step one. Even if you don't like it, suck it up. You're a grown man. And until he does, I'm in charge of teaching him that lesson. God has sent me with a trident and a lightning bolt to teach him the lesson of, you better learn to take a fucking joke or you're going to be one your whole goddamn life. Other than that, I have no opinion.
Well, I want to so this was awesome.
Yeah.
I really appreciate it.
Nice talking at you.
Hey, anybody speaks love of King's X, man. That's awesome.
Dude, I can't tell you, like, you have a favorite record of theirs? Most people go to Gretchen or go to Dogman.
Faith, Hope, Love's good.
Yeah.
I like that one a lot. Gretchen.
Out of Silent Planet.
Dogman.
Dogman, yeah. I recommend Ear Candy if you haven't heard it in a long while.
Yeah, I haven't listened.
Yeah. I have a soft spot in my heart for Welcome Home, Mr. Bulbous, and I keep bothering them with it. And Tapehead. Tapehead's such a great fucking record. But you know how they say don't meet your heroes?
Yeah.
Those people don't have the same heroes I do, because mine are awesome. I have met all those guys, and I love them.
Incredibly talented.
And good people.
I saw them open up for AC/DC at Rosemont.
Oh my God, that was the worst tour for them ever. I remember Ty was quoted, he was like, my buddy Tom always does the interview with Ty, like it was, I'm up there singing It's Love and I get somebody's dirty sock in my face. Like, it was a bad match. And I was like, it's criminally insane that they didn't ever open for Rush.
Yeah, that would have been a great band.
I'm just saying.
Yeah.
The other thing is, I also think it's criminally insane that they didn't open for Floyd when they were touring, doing the bigger tours.
Yeah.
Because they could have done it. And people would have blown up at that
and
stuff.
Just one of these bands, like all the other musicians love King's X and preach about it.
I also think they're intimidated by them. So that's one of the things that's capped them. Because other musicians watch them play and they're like, how did 3 guys sound like 5? There's 4 of us and we sound like 2. What the hell happened?
They're still doing it. Doug still sounds amazing.
Oh my God. So good. So good. So,
well, thank you so much, man.
My pleasure.
And again, great job last night.
Thank you.
Keep it up.
We'll see you again. I insist.
All right.
There you go, Ian. You know, I met Hal Sparks in 2010 when I opened for Wasp. He went to the show to see Wasp.
Really?
And he was there and he bought a t-shirt off me. He liked my band a lot. And,
no shit.
And I was like, oh, dude, you kidding me? I need a pic. I took a picture with him. So I know. I don't know what he was doing in Fort Lauderdale, but he went to go see Wasp, and I was opening. He saw my band, and he really enjoyed it and bought a t-shirt.
That's fucking awesome. Yeah, he was really cool. It was a weird, and I got to see him later. You know, we'll get to on Sunday the comedy show, but he was part of that. Yeah, but it was really fucking neat, and that's awesome. And again, I just think it's cool, like when some of these were like, oh, celebrity performer. This guy can really fucking sing and he knows his shit. You know, as you can see in the interview when he's talking about King's X, you know, I bring it up and he brings up some deep albums that you don't know unless you are a King's X fan.
I'm gonna be right here, okay? It just won't be on.
All right.
Still be part of the show.
All right. Well, after Hal Sparks, I had somebody, you know, when we do Rockin' Pod, for those of you who don't know, there's a list of guests. There's a list of all the guests that are there. And we have a form to fill out, like who we're willing to interview. And you don't always get everybody that you want. Like I wanted to talk to Brian Slagle from Metal Blade Records. Didn't get him. But you don't pick just the ones you're interested in because you might lose out. So you got to pick like a lot of different people. And then there's even an option like, would you be willing to interview people that maybe weren't on your list? And it's kind of a good thing to fill out because just in case, you know, you want to have some people to talk about and fuck it. We're the Rock and Metal Combat Podcast. We can talk to anybody and make it fucking entertaining. But here's one. This was a prime example of somebody wasn't on my list, but I signed up to interview other people. But it's Keith Roth from Sirius Radio. He also plays with the Dictators. And it's kind of one of those things, okay, if you're interviewing somebody, you know, it's good if you know who the fuck they are or you have something to talk about. And again, I'm fucking hungover, man. It's a fucking long day. It's getting towards the end of the day. I know nothing about this dude. So this was an interview where I'm like, oh, I'm dreading that. Like, how do I make fucking chicken, salad out of chicken shit? I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm hungover. This, I would say, but besides Tom Zuta, was my favorite interview of the day. This guy and me just click. We started talking about shit, and it's funny. He schools my ass on Joe Jackson, which is funny. He was totally right, and I was totally wrong. But a really great interview, and a really fucking nice guy. This is somebody I could totally hang with, have some beers with. I think he might be sober now, which is discouraging. But then again, so is Hal Sparks. Hal Sparks straight edge, which bothers me, but it was a good interview.
By the way, Ian, you know who played guitar in the Dictators?
Ross the Boss for a while.
Ross the Boss from Manowar. Therefore, the Dictators are pedophiles.
Yeah. And that's why handsome Dick Manitoba quit. But Keith Roth is doing. Oh, here's another thing that's cool. I don't know if this is in the interview. It might be. But so we're talking about how Albert Bouchard from Blue Oyster Cult is in the Dictators now, plays drums. And I was like, oh, I fucking love Albert. And I'm like, fuck, I got a Blue Oyster Cult tattoo. And I showed him the tattoo. And Keith not stopped the interview, but he goes, oh, fucking pull up your sleeve. And he took a picture of it. He goes, I'm sending it to fucking Albert right now. So, that was really cool. But this guy, man, it was so funny because we're talking about rock and metal. We're talking about DJing and shit. And then it totally goes one off once I start mentioning about like Joe Jackson. We go off on like Joe Jackson and Joe Jackson's bass player and shit. And really cool guy, man. I had a lot of fun with this dude. So here we go. Here's Keith Roth from Sirius Radio.
Hello. Hey, how you doing? Hi. Oh, hey. Oh, you son of a bitch.
How you doing, man?
How you doing? Ian, nice to meet you, man.
Keith, nice to meet you, man.
So, Keith, you work on Sirius.
Yeah.
How do you like it? Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, wait a minute. No, we're not.
The seat is nice and warm.
It's been full today.
You mind if I vape?
No, fuck, I'm going to too.
Oh, good.
Shit. How do you like DJing?
I've been doing it for so long, it's just part of my life at this point,
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, I'm a musician, so fortunately from playing music, I unexpectedly have a 27-year radio career. It's not nothing I ever aspired to do. It just kind of came my way, realistically.
Is it different, like, when you do it for like a corporation like Sirius?
Not really, no, because I never really kind of. I mean, the story goes is that I was playing in a band and a girl came out to do a story because we had a record coming out. Her name was Amy Christie, and she was a publicist for Ronnie Wood and Charlie Watts of the Stones through Continuum. So I was living in Jersey at that point in Long Branch, and this was after our record came out, whatever. And she said, she moved down to my neck of the woods, and there was a radio station that was opening called the Rat 95.9, which is still there. It's a really big New Jersey station, but it was just opening. And she said, I talked to the general manager, and I asked him about doing a show. And I thought you'd be a really good co-host, and I had heard the station before, and I said to myself, I'm not really into like, hey, Memorial Day weekend, Van Halen and 9 in a Row, Def Leppard, that's not my bag. She's like, no, we could play whatever we want, and between who you know and I know, we can get great guests out there, and I'm like, okay. So they set up an interview, big, one of those corporate table things. My daughter was just born, and I said, I'll go, get her out of the house, she'll fall asleep for the ride. I never expected anything. So I walk in, my hair's sticking up like this, and I dropped her on the table, and I handed my handwritten playlist, and they said, Dan Finn, God bless him, he said, you know what, I'm crazy enough to take a shot at this. And it was a show called Electric Ballroom, and within a couple months, we had the Ramones would come, Joey Ramone would come down, and Alice Cooper, and John Entwistle, and John Paul Jones, and she knew a lot of people. I knew a lot from playing, and the show took off. And then a couple years after that, I get a call from Sirius. It was not Sirius XM, it was Sirius. And they're like, you want to do a punk rock show for Sirius satellite radio. And I'm like, what the fuck is satellite radio? You know, is it Wayne's World? Like, I don't know. Never heard of satellite radio. And but the bread was worth it to come into the city, and I'm in the city enough. So I went and did the interview, and when I got off the elevator and I walked through those glass doors, I felt like I landed on the Starship Enterprise. I mean, really, you know, it was unbelievable. Like, and seeing, you know, so many people that I grew up listening to, like Pat St. John, and I don't know if you know these people, these New York people, Carol Miller, Meg Griffin, they're in the Hall of Fame.
I know Carol Miller.
Yeah, right. So I educated myself really quick, and I started doing a punk show there. And then I was on like channels like First Wave, Octane, and then the merge came, and you know, and then I had Ozzy's Boneyard, Hair Nation. So I never really saw the corporate side of it. You know what I mean? Yeah. You know, it doesn't seem really corporate to me.
What I was wondering is if there's more like restrictions put on me, because I DJ'd for a couple years, you know, just on independent.
You mean like small playlists?
No, I mean, we have, because it's internet, like nobody's fucking listening anyway, you know, and it's just like regular guys starting up these stations. And I love the freedom, you know, of being different, because I knew a guy that worked in radio, but he worked like in sales, and he would just tell me like the nightmares about like what they're forced to play. You know?
I never got into any of that stuff. You know, yeah. I didn't even know what P1, any of this stuff. I was like, I don't want to know it. I just want to go there and worry about the music. You know, I mean, obviously on the Boneyard, it's like stuff that I grew up listening to. You know, getting high on the railroad tracks and like, you know, the keg parties, Led Zeppelin, Aerosmith, Rush, Black Sabbath. You know, I was just saying on another show, Hair Nation was something that came later to me. Like, sure, I knew friends that were into that, you know, genre of music. And of course I like Guns N' Roses and LA Guns and maybe Faster Pussycat, but a lot of that stuff I came late to the party, but it was cool learning it later, you know, and the fan base is so rabid, and so, that fan base is so great. So I really enjoyed doing Hair Nation, but as far as like the, you know, I mean, listen, a lot of people complain about, you know, certain songs, you know, a redundancy of songs, and then, and other people love that. And then, but you know, the cool thing about Sirius is they have like deep channels and deep track. Most of the guys that run it are like music guys, like the guys that know every deep track from AC/DC, like they get it, you know. But it's a lot of it is done in a way where people really want to hear certain things. I don't know if that's where you're coming from.
Yeah, no, it's just like the freedom that you have to really create your own show, you know, and not be. I think that's the best thing, is being able to turn people on to stuff they've never heard.
Well,
you know,
like I worked, you know, with David Johansen for 24 years, right?
Oh shit!
And his show, everything we did, every version of every song, you know, David hand selected. There was never any outside interference on the shows that I like. Like Electric Ballroom, I picked every single one of those songs, all the guests. So I always had the full freedom of that. And even when I did the Punk Yard up there, so you know, as a musician that's working, it's cool that to jump into Ozzy's Boneyard and just grooving for, you know, these songs that we all grew up on. It was like this vibe that we all kind of get together and we hang out in the afternoon and we listen to, and some of the kids, man, that are coming up, you know, like they listen to Aerosmith Rocks like for the first time, like how we used to. I don't know if I'm just using them as an example, but you know, it's so cool when you talk to like a 14-year-old kid. He's like, man, I listen to Boneyard. And, you know, hearing Rats in the Cellar or Back in the Saddle, it's like, wow. I remember, like, you know, Bright-Eyed Bushy Tail hearing this music then, too. So, you know, it's a never-ending cycle, which I think is kind of cool.
Now, what aspect do you enjoy the most, the interviews or the song selection you get to do?
It depends. Like, for Ozzy's Boneyard, usually the interviews, you know. Yeah. Because it's cool, you know, you sit back and you talk to whomever. It was real exciting, you know, when me and Tom Morello got to host Kiss at the Whiskey at Go-Go. That was pretty fucking highlight. And AC/DC announcing on my show that they had a record that was coming out in a couple days that nobody knew even existed. You know, the Power Up record. Yeah. You know, Angus and Brian and Cliff Williams. So those things are always amazing to do. You know, I've had Kiss and, you know, I've had the honors of, and through the Electric Ballroom, I did like 1,000 interviews. Sadly, most of these people are not even here anymore. You know, like the Ramones, I mean, you know, the Clash, you know, it's like, you know, you gotta just cherish what we got, you know, and happy. But yeah, preference, I like the whole thing.
I think stuff like satellite radio and internet radio, it's really kind of revitalized radio because I grew up, late '70s, early '80s, and DJs had a personality. They were, they would influence you. They would turn you on to new shit.
Carol Miller.
Yeah.
She once told me that she had a shift on Saturdays, so like afternoon New York radio, and she would go record shop in the afternoon, in the morning, whatever, pick up records and listen to them, oh cool, I'm gonna play this tonight on my show, and the power, but it wasn't about the power of how many people you could play to hear a song, you know what I mean, the beauty of they were artists, these old school DJs, they understood what was great music and people would like this, it was, and those specialty shows. So, yes, I know what you're saying.
Yeah. But it did start to get, sorry, I lose my voice, I was areas. It did start to get a little sterile where it was more like programmers telling them what you're going to play. And I missed the personalities in radio and the human aspect of it. And you see that again now with satellite and, with all the different internet ones you can do. It's a lot of fun. But I even, my first one, I was on a metal station, and I love metal. I love hard rock, but I would get burned out just playing that. So I got kicked off a metal station for playing a Joe Jackson song.
Which one?
God, something off of...
Look Sharp?
Yeah, it was off of Look Sharp, I know that.
Got the Time?
Yeah, no, Got the Time's on second.
All right.
But it's funny, somebody made a playlist because my whole playlist, that show got me fired. But it's
I'm trying to think of so many great, those first two records, but especially the first album.
Oh, I love them. I love all this shit, but those first two, are more, got the more harder edge to them and stuff.
I'm having a senior moment. Yeah. I'm trying to think of the Look Sharp. Besides Look Sharp,
is she really going out with him? Is on that one? Morning Papers.
What was a great bass solo that Graham Maybe does?
Oh God!
Well, that's Got the Time.
Yeah, that's a great. God, Graham.
Got the Time is on Look Sharp, right?
No, it's on the second one.
Really?
Yeah, I think it's.
No, I think it's on the first one. Could be wrong. He's Googling it.
Yeah, go find out.
Well, Graham's a Jersey guy.
Yeah, I love Graham. I've got to see him a couple times.
Amazing, right?
Amazing.
It's like Paul McCartney, then Graham Maybe.
Yeah.
But that first, I was a child when that album came out. I was like, 10.
Yeah.
You give away my age, but anyway.
Yeah. No, it's funny. I took my wife to go see him, and she's like, "Okay, Joe Jackson." I go, "But what you don't understand is we're gonna see Graham Maybe."
Right.
Yeah. But different for girls, the bass line on that one.
Different for girls, oh my God, yeah. I mean, every bass line was most melodic, tastiest bass lines. Yeah. Every song was just so perfect. That band was just so perfect for those records, those first two records, man. Unbelievable. And then that Joe Jackson band, didn't they do a reunion record that was pretty good? It came out 2003 or 4.
I know Graham still plays with them, but as far as
I've done shows with him, man, and he's using some of the shittiest amps that some opening band let him use, and it doesn't matter. It still sounds like Graham Maybe.
Yeah.
It was funny. We were doing a gig in New Jersey at the Stone Pony. It was from Weird, New Jersey, 2003, and Graham played in the Haunted House band. So as we finished and they're getting on stage, and I said to him, I go, you're my second favorite bass player. And he said, no, he doesn't say a word to me. I was like, he's kind of a dick, right? So we finished the show, we're in the dressing room. He just finished playing. The first thing he walks in, he goes, so who's number one? He waited till after the set to ask me. And I said Paul McCartney, and he's like, he's a great guy, really great.
Yeah, he'll take that one.
Yeah. That's cool how we shifted to Graham Maybe and Joe Jackson. Well, because you got fired from him, so.
But it was cool though, but it opened up. I went to another station and they just liked that aspect and gave me, you can play whatever you want, even though they were more like a metal-centric station as well, but they liked that aspect. And, that was, to me, the best part is playing somebody's never heard, somebody that has a new favorite band because of something you just played and play something instead of the same old.
Well, that's how we grew up, right?
Yeah.
It's like a buddy would buy an album on an impulse buy, thought it was a cool cover, and sometimes you didn't know they weren't always successful, or they weren't always good. But there would be some, and then that, word of mouth spread when I used to go to concerts when I was a kid, You know, you go see bands playing at the Palladium. There was no such thing as a deep track. You go see, you know, whomever, and everybody knew every song, you know.
Yeah.
It wasn't until like the earlier 80s when these songs became singles and MTV with the videos, but those crowds, they knew it, you know, going to see Priest, you know.
Well, it was about the album, you know.
It was an album.
Yeah, you listened to it, you know.
Right, the album had to be good. Not, you know, I mean, like Stained Class, you know, everybody, you know, oh my God, they played something from Stained Class. They could play the whole record, and, you know, back then, you know, at least a lot of them are still out there playing, like Priest and AC/DC, you know, some of those. Rolling Stones, I saw them over the summer. I thought that was
How was it?
amazing.
Yeah.
I've been seeing the Stones since '81, best I've ever seen them.
No shit.
And think about it, 81-year-old Mick Jagger running a stadium, and Ronnie Wood and Keith Richards' guitar is so loud in the mix, you know, and all the tempos were right up to, like, you know, the record, and you know.
How's the guy filling in for Charlie?
He was amazing. Yeah. You know, I mean,
well, I mean, you know they're not going to get anybody that sucks. But,
right. Well, he was in the Expensive Winos with Keith.
Oh, okay.
You know, so he had the history, but yeah, he played just like how Charlie would have, you know. And I think he actually kind of brought a new energy to them, you know, because Keith and Ronnie, you know, I've always seen them, but they never played that great. And Ronnie Wood's one of my favorite bass players when he played in the Jeff Beck group. But you know, as a guitar player, you know, what he was doing that night was like next level. You know, it was really cool.
I remember on Voodoo Lounge, I thought was a step up from Steel Wheels.
I agree with you.
I love Bill Wyman, but getting Daryl Jones in there, they were changing the set list up a little bit. You know, it was a little bit more, you know, bottom heavy and shit. And it wasn't.
I love that album. That was probably like my last like Stones record that really resonated. I thought that was a great album.
Yeah, I thought it could have been shorter, you know, but that was the CD era where, you know, you fill that fucker, you know.
Right.
I'm a big fan. I'm like the rule of 10. Give me 10 fucking tracks, man. You know, 35, 40 minutes and make them all fucking count.
That's exactly how I think, you know. I mean, you know, my record came out in April, you know, it's my solo record, you know, which, you know, people, as you say, know me from radio. Like, the label said, listen, you know, why don't you do a Keith Roth record? People know you from Frankenstein or David, whatever. But if you use Keith Roth, now you're including everybody. And it really seemed to work out pretty good, you know. I mean, but that was, you know, if I'm going to make a record, it's got to be 10 songs, 36 minutes, you know. And, you know,
I love that attitude, but that's what we grew up with.
What you said really nailed it, though, with Voodoo Lounge, the CD era, because everybody had this extra time, and they filled it up with shit.
Yeah.
Like, don't, because it's 80 minutes, why do you have to use 80 minutes, 30 minutes, 35 minutes? That's a perfect album. People's attention span, you know?
Yeah, and I think people would remember it better, you know, because I think you tune out after two. I don't care who it is. It's too much. Give me those 10 in and out. My favorite thing is that last track that leaves you wanting to just hit play, you know, flip the record back over and start it over again.
That's how I think of all records. All my favorite records.
2 minutes. All right.
Yeah.
Well, man, I won't hold you. It was a pleasure to meet you, though, man. And I'm going to look into your album, man.
Yeah, The Law of Diminished Returns. It's out. The vinyl drops 25th. The label actually sent me some. I brought some down here. And you know, I play in a band called The Dictators.
Oh, yeah, The Dictators. I forgot. Chris was telling me that.
Yeah, they've been around since the 70s.
Oh, fuck yeah.
We, you know,
the handsome.
No, he's not now. Albert Bouchard from Blue Oyster Cult's playing.
Oh,
you know, he's the drummer.
I'm a huge Blue Oyster Cult fan.
Well, Albert, you know, he's the guy. You know, he was there from the first album all the way up to Fire of Unknown Origin. But the Dictators and Blue Oyster Cult have always been closely affiliated, same management, producers, and whatnot. Yeah. But so they always wanted Albert in the band. So when they reformed, you know, it's great that he's part of it. Yeah. But yeah, you got to come out. You in Nashville? You live
No, I'm by Seattle.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Where at? We're definitely coming that way.
Oh, awesome. I live like across the Sound, but I'm there like 30 minutes in the ferry. I'm in Port Orchard.
Okay, yeah.
But yeah, I can
listen, that was a great time for music, you know. Yeah. I mean, did you like the Seattle thing?
I wasn't there. I just moved there like 2 years ago. I grew up a little bit south of Chicago.
Yeah, yeah.
And I lived in Florida. I lived in New Orleans for 14 years, you know.
Chicago, we just played out there. We were out on, you know, the band The Damned?
Yeah.
So we were just out with them. The last show of the night was, the tour was
the Dictators?
Yeah, it was in Chicago. What's that place on the south side we played? It was such a great music hall.
They changed it. I moved. I left there in '96.
But people got mad at me because, you know, I was saying Illinois.
Oh yeah. You can't use that S, man. It's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, they don't like it, you know. But I was doing it like like bringing the noise.
They'll tell you go back to Jersey and tell you what exit too.
Yeah, well, that's the truest thing ever. I mean, there's no lie to it. It is what exit you at. What exit you at, you know. But yeah, Seattle's cool. But I heard some rumblings, I think in the fall, the Dictators. Yeah.
Okay, I would love to do it because I'd love to see Albert too.
Yeah, Albert, you know, you're doing your show.
I got the VOC
oh,
too.
Wow.
Yeah,
I mean,
huge fan.
Let me text him that.
All right.
He's a great guy, great drummer. He's 78 years old.
Yeah.
He runs the New York Marathon. His girlfriend's 39.
Oh, no shit.
Yeah. That's a great tattoo. When did you get that?
Oh, shit. I got that in Chicago, probably 97.
Texted it over to the crew right now.
And it sucks. I never got to see, you know, VOC with Albert and shit. You know, by the time I was old enough to see him, you know.
How old are you, if you mind me asking?
I was 51.
Okay.
But I was raised on that shit, you know?
Yeah.
But shit like the Dictators, you know, and you're talking about David Johann, I was raised by my dad, man. He turned on the Dolls and all that, you know, Stooges, MC5s, all that shit. So.
I mean, I worked with David for 24 years.
Yeah.
I produced his show. I was in the David Johansen group. Yeah. I played on a couple songs. You know, we did a lot of gigs with the Johansen group, working on his radio show. You know, it was really sad. He was a brother to me, you know.
I know. And I was just watching the Scorsese movie, and I loved it so much. He's so. My favorite part is what he's talking about. They wanted to go to Todd Rundgren's house in Hawaii, and he showed up early. He goes, you know, Todd was pissed, but fuck him. Who's he? You know, and it's so David Johansen.
They got so high there because Todd's a big, he's a big reefer guy.
Yeah.
And Steve Conti, you know, from the band, you know, who was just out with us. When David passed, the night that he passed, Dictators were playing up in Woodstock, a place called the Colony, with Steve Conti opening. Yeah. And, you know, I've known Steve since I was 15 years old, but how ironic, there was a Sweet Relief thing for David Johansen, where, you know, they were sending money, something wasn't, you know, these T-shirts, these LUV shirts. So I went out in the crowd after the gig, and I took a photo of people wearing them just to show the love and support. I texted it to Mara, and she responded back that he had passed. And it was, you know, but it was just interesting being with Steve. So every night we went out and paid tribute to the New York Dolls, you know.
I got to see him when they first got back together on that first tour, and
one day it'll please us to remember even this. Yeah. What a great album!
Oh yeah,
phenomenal album.
Oh yeah, but I'm just so glad, you know, I got to see him and Syl, you know.
I played with Syl also.
Oh nice.
Yeah, nice. '98 and whatnot. But you know, it's the legacy will live on. It's just, you know, David was sick for a while, but he had it in check. But around the holidays, he had taken a fall.
Yeah, I heard about that.
And then they put him in home hospice, and then but then the back recovered. They took him out of hospice. So when I went to see him a couple weeks before he passed, I went there with the expectation it'd be the last time I was going to see him. But when I left, that wasn't. But it wasn't because his back. They took him out of hospice. Ironically, he was back. He was walking. You know, not running, but he was getting up and doing stuff.
She's taking it.
Yeah, they need me. Okay.
It was a pleasure, man.
No,
Thank
you
you,
too, man. Take care of you. Sorry.
That's all right, man.
It was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was Keith Roth. Very cool interview. Another guy I would really like to fucking hang out with and have back on the show sometime. So, as I'm going into my next interview, again, man, I'm winging this shit. I'm by myself. I totally waited the last minute to like even figure out like, how am I going to fucking videotape this shit? How am I going to record the audio? How am I going to do all this? And, you know, I haven't done this shit since the last Rockin' Pod, and fucking shit changes on the computer. So anyway, after I'm doing these episodes, I would have to hit stop, and then it would render the video and do all this shit, you know, and like format it and all this stuff. And I totally forgot to do it after Keith Roth because I had such a good time. I didn't get to do that before my next interview, which is with Ace Van Johnson, who's currently a member of LA Guns. He's also played in Faster Pussycat recently. Super nice guy. I wish, did that fart come across? I told her that one. Anyway, super nice guy. I wish I had video for this. Really fun interview. Really nice guy. But for this one, we only have the audio. So for those of you who are watching this on the YouTube page, maybe Ralph can throw up some, photos of Ace Van Johnson. But super nice guy.
Just one picture.
One picture. Okay, one picture. Here's going to throw up one picture of Ace Van Johnson. Hopefully it's a good one. But really good interview. Really nice guy. Here you go. From currently LA Guns, Ace Van Johnson. All right. Well, there you go. There was Ace Van Johnson. Super nice guy. And then we get into the last interview of the day. In my opinion, the most important, the one I was most nervous about, which is, God damn it, I'm having a brain fart again. What's his name?
Billy Sheehan.
Billy Sheehan. I thought that at the Rare Hair Friday night that was the first time I saw Billy Sheehan. And then Chris Sinzak had to remind me, no, he played at Rare Hair the last time you were here. And I was like, oh, yeah. Because I missed him when Mr. Big was opening up for Rush. And I talked to him about this in the interview. But this is the one I was really excited about, nervous about. And you know what had me the most nervous about it? Is Bushy's dumbass interviewed him before me. And Bushy wanted to tell him how he thought Skyscraper was better than Eat 'Em and Smile. The album that made him leave David Lee Roth. I'm like, you're going to piss this motherfucker off and then I got to interview him. You're going to fuck up my shit, you fucking ball-headed fuck. God damn it. But Billy was amazing. Super nice guy. I heard all these stories before the interview about how he is and what his attitude is about Rockin' Pod and just meeting fans. And you'll hear in this story how much he does enjoy Rockin' Pod and prefers it to, bigger events like NAMM and shit like that, which most people in the industry know. Did the interview go as well as I thought it would? No. I kind of led it in some different ways, and I thought maybe I'd get some different responses, or maybe, I don't know, different enthusiasm or not. It's not bad. I just thought it was going to be the creme de la creme. And I don't feel like it was, but I want to say Billy was totally awesome. I should have grabbed the shit. I don't know what I was thinking. I know what I was doing. I was drinking. He did sign. I got him to sign Eat 'Em and Smile. I pulled out the original vinyl and had him sign his picture on the sleeve. And then I had him sign the cover of Skyscraper on vinyl. Super nice guy. I mean, so nice. But I will say, I think there was something a little bit off. And I don't know if it was our styles or it was it was the last interview of the show. I mean, this guy had done all these interviews. I'm the last guy. He's my last guy. But I'm still fucking eternally grateful. I mean, it's fucking Billy Sheehan. So here you go. Here's me talking to Billy Sheehan. Honor to meet you.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
What's your name?
Ian.
Ian.
Nice to meet you.
Right. That's how you pronounce Sheehan.
What's that?
Ian.
Yeah.
People, Billy Sheehan. No, it's like Ian, only with a sh.
Oh, it's an honor. I was so happy to see you play last night.
Oh, thanks. We were just kidding around, so I hope it wasn't too bad.
Oh, no.
People streaming to the door when I started to sing. Let's get out of here.
It was great. How are you enjoying Rocket Pod?
Oh, it's always a blast.
Yeah.
I always get to see a lot of people and a lot of old friends. It's like a NAMM show, only not as hectic.
Right.
NAMM shows are initially they've kind of changed in nature through the years. Now it's a little difficult because you can't. There's a lot of fans and it gets a little. I don't mind. I take care of everybody. You want something to sign or photo? I'll do it. No problem. I'm yours. When I'm here, I'm absolutely yours. But it gets a little pushy, and then you can't. If you do have some business to do, you can't get from one place to another.
Yeah.
You know. So I haven't gone for the last 2 or 3. I'll probably go to the next one. But I hear it's not quite what it used to be. Also, kind of gone downhill.
Well, we definitely appreciate you coming here. You know, and
Yeah.
giving your time.
I think that's the future. A little more specialized groups together like this.
Yeah.
I like that.
So I wish I could remember the guy's name. I worked with him about 30 years ago. He was from Buffalo. And he would tell me about seeing Talus back in the day and how great it was. And he didn't act like you guys were best friends, but he was acquainted. He would talk about you and Claude Schnell.
Yeah, Claude just moved back.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Wasn't Joey Belfiore, was it?
No.
I figure who I knew that knew me and Claude. Yeah, Claude lived in L.A. since he got the gig with Dio, and was there ever since. And we still talk regularly. But he just moved back to Buffalo. I was curious as to why, because New York State is a pretty high state tax.
Yeah.
It's like in California. Tennessee is no state tax. It's great.
Right.
We moved here, so everything's cheaper and it's easier, safer.
Right.
Buffalo's pretty cool.
Yeah. Well, he had nothing but fond memories of that time, and the scene he said was just incredible.
Amazing.
Back then. And it was like in Buffalo, it was like huge, and then it was hard when Talus would go to other places. Was it weird to be like huge here, and then you go somewhere else and maybe not as well known?
No, I don't look at it like that. I just kind of it's the same for me almost everywhere. I've never been I'm a blue collar working musician, so I don't really that stuff like that doesn't. I appreciate it, but I just treat everybody the same, and I got a lot of great friends as a result. I go out to a show, and there's always people there that I know, and I always come out after the show and talk or stop. We do paid meet and greets because we have to, because the touring expenses are high. And people write that I can't afford the meet and greet. Well, just meet me outside afterwards. I'll be at the bus. I'll sign whatever you want. And always take care of them.
Well, that's great.
Enjoy doing it.
But, so Talus did open for Van Halen.
30 shows.
Yeah.
1980.
And what was that like? Was that in the Buffalo? Was that in the Buffalo area? Or?
It was. Our first show was in Bismarck, North Dakota or South Dakota. I forget. Yeah, it was mostly Midwest, down into Florida, San Diego, San Francisco. A lot of shows. It's all online, actually.
Yeah.
Every time I can't remember, I go, Van Halen, 1982, opening act. Oh, there it is.
Now, back then, did you connect with Roth then, or like on a personal level? Were you guys
not incredible? No, we said hello and spoke, and I was closer with Eddie because he was the guitar player, and I love Van Halen completely. Michael, wonderful guy. Alex too. So I always say on that tour, on their worst night, they were only spectacular.
Right.
They were just on fire. So great. Great band.
an amazing band? But then you were part of another amazing band with Greg Bissonette and Steve Vai and Dave. I mean, holy! I got to meet Greg Bissonette. I think 2 Rockin' Pods ago, and
I think was I here with him?
You were. I didn't get to talk to you that time, but I think you guys did a panel.
We did a thing, yeah.
Yeah, and then I did one with him, and it was great. He was talking about Dave and working with Ringo and everything.
Yeah, I just spoke with him 2 days ago. He's the greatest. When I judge people, I say he's really great. He's like almost Greg Bissonette class.
Yeah,
Greg is one of the sweetest people I know.
Great guy, and that band. I mean, that was.
And we had a blast.
What a lineup! And you almost. I mean, how close was it really, that show that the fire marshal canceled? I mean, was it like...
We were there and ready to go, and we were on stage. They had a curtain.
Yeah.
Little tiny stage. And I saw flashlights coming in, and next to me was where the door is, and people come in. Flashlights and guys that dressed in firefighting gear. So that's it. We're doomed. And so that was it. So we said, you know, I played a note on bass, and people, and the firemen looked up on the stage. The next guy to play is the note goes right to jail. But they did the right thing. It was way too overcrowded. The club blew it. It started letting people in, and it's free admission. And it regularly holds 300 or 400 people. They had about 800 something in there. Wow. And it's dangerous. So it would have been a problem. It would have been awful. Yeah. So that was that. But we got the chance to hang out afterwards, and we had a great time.
But is there ever talk of another attempt,
Oh, no. I don't think it's going to happen. Yeah. I guess it's 10,738th time I've been asked that. I'm just kidding. No, it's that train left the station long ago.
That's too bad. Now, one thing I always, man, I love that, Eat 'em and Smile record. Incredible. All the footage I've seen from the tour. Unfortunately, I didn't get to see the tour, but incredible. And now you got this newfound, failure with Dave, big deal at the time. Then you go and you record Skyscraper, and you're not feeling it. How hard was that for you to walk away? Here you are, doing this massive tour, great band. Was it an easy decision, or was it really hard?
We put Mr. Big together, and one great thing is had a manager named Herbie Herbert, one of the biggest managers
Herbie
in the
Herbert.
world.
Okay.
So he managed us. He put Journey together.
Yeah, Journey.
He's just amazing. So I felt right at home right away with Herbie. I felt very comfortable knowing that he was in charge. And he got us amazing tours. We opened for Rush, we opened for Scorpions, we opened for Aerosmith. He got us into Japan, and great gigs, great venues, sold out. And he really was life-changing. Because now I had my band, and we were on the road to getting somewhere significantly.
Well, was that, what was how long after you left Dave, or was there already, talk with Mr. Big before you left Dave?
No. The last thing I did was I did a recording session, me and 3 other guys, to sing the background vocals for Skyscraper so they could use that on a sample live. Because they weren't going to sing it live, they're going to use samples. So another reason why I didn't like it. And the people were Pat Torpy, guitarist for REO now, Dave Amato, and Brett Tuggle, who was the keyboard player. And I remember thinking that day, because that was the day it all ended, there's my band right there. Should grab these guys and go. But it didn't. But Pat Torpy ended up being with me, and I found Paul, and then I found Eric, and started the thing.
Well, you obviously went on to continued success.
Yeah.
But I always saw this guy, he just left Dave. But I think Skyscraper, a lot of people look at it as, not as on par as Eat 'em and Smile. And I still enjoy the record, but I kind of wish, the direction of Eat 'em and Smile would have continued. If it continued that way, do you think you would have stayed longer?
Hard to say.
Yeah.
It was 40 years ago.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. It is what it is. Life goes on. Things change, and you can think of what if.
Right.
You can drive yourself crazy. Really thinking, what if that girl in high school? What if I would have,
right,
been nicer to her, or met her father, or what? Could be anything.
Everything seemed to work out in the end. Mr. Big and Sons of Apollo, I thought was an incredible band.
And I enjoyed that.
Yeah.
It's a fun band. I like the record, and playing that stuff live was very enjoyable.
Yeah.
Jess Scott Soto was a wonderful guy and great singer.
It's cool. Still all these years, you're still tight with all the guys that you played with and stuff. So that's
for the most part, yeah. Greg Bissonessa, dear friend, Steve. Almost every musician I've worked with is still a really good friend. Very, very few. A couple people back in Buffalo got angry that I made it and they didn't, and so they're still got to harbor some animosity, unnecessary. I would always go back and try to help my fellow musicians anytime I could. But it happens. But generally, the music community is pretty small, and everybody knows everybody. So.
Yeah. Well, what's currently floating your boat? You know, Mr. Big has wound down, at least as a touring entity, correct?
Oh, as an everything entity.
As an everything, okay. So not
I
even.
don't know why they
studio.
said that. I don't know who said that or why, but no, that's the end of it. That's fine. We had a great run, and everybody left in good spirits, and we will not get together again. Yeah, I've been writing like a fiend, really developing a lot of new stuff on bass. I've got a couple of inventions I've got guys building prototypes for. I've got 3 different groups of people I'm working with on various records that we may end up doing some live shows. And it's a busy time. So I had about 3 interviews scheduled last week. I missed all of them because I got so many things. I got my to-do list, page after page. Jesus. So it's a busy time, because I'm glad about that.
Would you be open to starting a new band or anything, or do you think you just want to do your own thing for right now?
I don't know. We'll see. I'll roll the dice and see what happens.
Yeah.
But I've been doing recording for clients around the world, just to send me their stuff for me to play bass on. It started in the pandemic, and so I started a production company myself, an engineer, Scott Bush, and then a drummer, Ray Legier, from Korn. So we got a little circle that we do records for people. And for me, playing bass, I've done over 600 tracks since the pandemic. So a lot. And I never advertise or anything. People just write to me and, hey, I got a track. I learned early on, though, I got to hear it first before I say yes. Because sometimes it's either not quite together or very complicated. I don't mind doing the complicated ones, but it takes a long. I only play by ear, so I got to learn it by ear, and it takes a lot of work. You know, if it was not a reader, I could just write it out and read the thing, and that'd be easy. But I gotta. It takes a lot of effort. So straight up rock songs, pretty easy, but I've gotten some complicated stuff that really took a lot of work. And I should have charged way more for this because I've been at it for a week. Trying to figure it out.
You can't blame. Who wouldn't want Billy Sheehan bass playing on their work?
Probably a lot. But there's one young lady in Japan. Her name is Mari Hamada, and she's kind of a prog artist. But she comes out, beautiful girl, and comes out in this gown. She sings, great songs. But some of them are pretty proggy and complicated. She sent me a track to play bass on, and this is one of the most complicated things I ever did in my life. And the bass was done on a MIDI keyboard for me to play. Just the things they wanted me to play, they played on the keyboard. The keyboard is not bass. And you can play shit on keyboard, it would be very tough to play on bass. And there's, super fast. It's super low on the neck. And oh man, I struggle. I got it. I eventually got it. So I keep meaning to get in touch with her and see if she'll allow me to. Can I put out just a MIDI bass track on the left channel and my bass on the right? I got to call it Man versus Machine. That's the way to do it. That was tough, but she's a great artist. I played on a lot of. Greg Bissonette played a bunch of her records. Matter of fact, one of them we did together, and we met at the studio. Billy, how you doing? Great, great. And he comes up to me and goes, did you have a hard time learning this song? I go, yeah, what's up? And he goes, he had to hire a transcriptionist. And on the wall of the drums recording room, he had like the whole wall covered in sheets of what to play next. It was so complicated. But we got it. We got through it. It's funny.
Well, she's telling me you got another one to go to. Would you do me the honor? This would mean I've got a Sharpie here.
My pleasure.
So much to me.
All right.
It's something else.
There you go. This one too.
Yeah. You know what's so funny is I went to go see you open up for Rush on the Presto tour. This Big was opening up. Our limo driver, this is at Alpine Valley, Wisconsin.
Yeah.
he'd never been there before, got lost. He took us to the back of the venue, and we're running late. And they just let the venue through because they thought we were Rush or something, because it was a limo. We saw you walking off the back of the stage.
Oh, right.
We missed the whole show. And it's
well.
like, until I got to see you here, it's like, I'm never going to see you.
Yeah, I remember Alpine Valley. It wasn't too long after Stevie Ray was killed.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember doing the show.
Yeah.
Well,
Thank you
very
so
much.
It was a pleasure.
Well, nice to meet you.
Dave.
All right, well, there you go. I hope you guys liked it. I was hoping it'd be better, but I still think it's pretty fucking cool. I mean, I'm pretty fucking happy I got to talk to fucking Billy Sheehan. I mean, he was sitting literally like, 2 feet away from me. Oh, that's right. I was going to post pictures of me and Billy Sheehan, but if I post it for whatever reason on Zoom, you just see our chest. You don't see our heads. But I am going to post the full pictures on the Rock and Metal Combat Facebook page when we post this episode. So there you go. There's Rockin' Pod. Oh, I also got to mention, I got to talk to Robert Fleischman from Journey and Vinnie Vincent Invasion. And I mentioned our interview, Ralph. I go, you got my dick sucked. And he totally remembered that story and laughed. And gave me a big hug and everything. He was so cool. It was really nice to see him. But Rockin' Pod, it was cool. I tried to get my picture, me and Bushy with Tiffany. Tiffany was there. The same woman that Bushy got in trouble with for playing on that metal station. And Bushy did get his picture taken with Tiffany, but I didn't get to... I was at the table all day doing fucking interviews, so I didn't get away. But there was Rockin' Pod. Very good time. But then after that, we had another concert with 2 local artists and then Tuck Smith, who, I don't know. I don't get it, but a lot of people like Tuck Smith. Are you familiar with Tuck Smith, Ralph? Yeah, I didn't figure, because he's not that good, in my opinion. But a lot of people like him, including Stephen Holden, who, that was another big impetus for him, coming here from Manchester, England, was to see Tuck Smith and to meet Ralph and myself. And the poor bastard, he had to see Tuck Smith and just me and not Ralph. But anyway, we go to that show. Good time. Have a lot of fun. Mrs. Sinzak locked her keys in her car, but we got it out. We somehow came over it. Got drunk with the 2 Daves, Dave Nasty and Dave Nice. At this point, I'm starting to get drunk again, so I'm not feeling all the hungover. I'm just having a good time. And then Sunday hits. What do we do Sunday? Okay, so Sunday, the Daves are going home, and I take off and I do a tour of Nashville with Mr. and Mrs. Sinzak, which was really fucking cool because I'm not usually like, I want to see the tourist shit, and Ralph will attest to this. Every time we go to Nashville, we go from gig to gig to gig, and then we're gone. We don't really do the tourist shit. But Criss and his wife, Michelle, took me all over Nashville, showed me Musicians Row and all this shit. All these really cool parts of Nashville that gave me a much better appreciation for the city. I mean, I was really fuck Nashville. What do I care? It's the fucking South, blah, 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 country, But to see all this cool shit really gave me a new appreciation, made me look at Nashville different. And we went out, had an amazing breakfast, saw some really cool shit. And then we had the comedy show, which the comedy show was, it was interesting. It was Courtney, Don Jameson, the bass player from Five Finger Death Punch, Craig Gast, and Hal Sparks. And I kind of sat in the back. I felt bad. I should have been up, being a better cheerleader, but I hung in the back. This is at John Bon Jovi's bar. There's a picture of me acting like I'm giving head to John Bon Jovi. This is at John Bon Jovi's bar on Broadway Street in Nashville. Nice place. Yeah, I'll say that. And Hugh McDonald, who is the current bass player from Bon Jovi, was there. But he's no Alec John Sock or such or whatever, Stinky Sock, whatever the fuck his name is. Anyway, he ain't him.
It was Alex Such Suck.
Yeah, yeah. Anyway, he's dead. And the guy who replaced him was there. Didn't talk to him, but still great to see Courtney, Don Jameson, like I said, Craig Gast, Hal Sparks, and the dude from Five Finger Death Punch. I'm sorry. He might be a nice guy. I know he's friends, he's high school friends with my buddy Josh Toomey. Fake Dr. Fuck, as some of you people call him. But holy fuck, you think Five Finger Death Punch's music is bad? You should hear his comedy. Holy fucking shit. That was rough. That was rough. But Courtney was great. Jameson was great. Craig Gass, I ain't gonna lie. Craig Gass does the same set every time. I'm a little disappointed. Wasn't so good. Hal Sparks did good. I didn't get to see as much as Hal Sparks said as I wanted to because I was so discouraged after Five Finger Death Punch dude and Craig Gass that by the time Hal Sparks came on, me and Aaron Camaro, the Golden Boy, we were just in the back of the bar getting fucking trashed. we were fucking trashed. And what's so fucking Camaro is getting so loud. And I'm like, dude, there's like a show going on. And he's talking about fucking wrestling. We're fucking knocking back beers. It was just, it's fucking Rockin' Pod weekend, man. It was awesome. It sucked because Metal Mike, Bushy already had to go home because he's got that ankle bracelet for fucking kids. So he had to go home. But Metal Mike, Travis Peretta, and Stephen Holder, they had to go to the second show. So we couldn't hang out during the first show. So we said goodbye to them, left, went and passed out. And then Monday was the day. And Ralph will tell you this, always the best day of Rockin' Pod is the either Aaron Camaro or Chris Czynszak party. Usually at Aaron Camaro's. Oh my God. Was it fun? Was it fun? It's the best because you calm down. There's no more interviews. There's nowhere this is like the last stop of the fucking train. And, Aaron and his wife, Jamie are so fucking sweet to have us, to their incredible home. But, Travis is there, fucking Metal Mike, Stephen Holder, Czynszak, Mooger Fooger, all these people are there and we're just hanging out. And of course, you can't be there without thinking of fucking Rockin' Ron Runyon, which is hard because the whole time you're like, where's Rockin' Ron? But he's in your heart, and Ralph was missed, but we got about, I wanted to call Ralph earlier and I was told we weren't drunk enough. And they're like, wait a little bit longer. Cause I was like, it was so hard because I wanted to video call Ralph during Rockin' Pod, but I'm like, fuck, he's at a wedding. I can't do it. But we had to call Ralph and it was so awesome. We were able to do a video call. Everybody was able to say hi and shit like that. And it was a really good way to end the weekend. And then I went home the next day. Overall, a lot of fun. But it was weird without having Ralph there. It's like only half the fucking team, And I really hope we get to do it again next year. And the one thing I will say is if we are lucky enough to have Rockin' Pod next year or the year after, come or don't. I don't want to hear no bullshit because the next time there is a Rockin' Pod, I am going to go all out. I mean, I've learned different things from going to different Rockin' Pods. There will be a Rock and Metal Combat podcast house that Ralph and I will be at. We will have an Airbnb house that we rent. I'm gonna go with I'm gonna have a backdrop for us. I'm gonna do all this because we're fucking getting old. You know, how many more of these can we do? And that we're both gonna be at. So if you missed this one, I know a lot of people missed this one for different reasons. It was probably, as far as our listeners, the least poorly attended. And that's not taking anything away from who was there, but you know, as far as our listeners who showed up, yeah, this one suffered. But if they get to do it again, you motherfuckers better show up, because how many more times are you going to get to hang out with Ralph and me at the same time? So if you miss this, show up next time, motherfuckers.
Right on. Oh, I didn't tell you what
Right on.
I didn't tell you what I did. I'm going to recap the whole time you were there, what I did here. All right.
Okay, right on.
Day one, I woke up and my ass was extra itchy. I don't know why. I took a shit, took a shower, then spent about 6 hours jacking off to scat porn. Took another shower. And then left here, went to my mom's. Spent the night.
Now, when you say scat, do you mean poop videos or Scatman Crothers porno?
Both.
Okay, nice.
I go back and forth.
That's the shit.
But and then the other days, it was like, you know, clean, rinse, and repeat. I just did that all those days. Jacked off cat porn and scratched my ass in the morning.
Awesome. Well, I just want to say in recap, man, I missed having Route there, but I can't stress how awesome fucking Criss Sinzak was for taking me into his home, him and his wife, Michelle. Really good. And next year, or whenever the next one is, I want Ralph there. I'm hoping he'll be there, and I think it'd be like a good grand finale for this show. Not to say that there'll never be another one, but I'm saying I think there should be some importance on make sure you make it to that one. That's all I'm going to say, because I'm going to die, you know, before Ralph. All right. Well, fuck it. That was my weekend at Rockin' Pod 2025. Ralph, do you have a pick of the week?
Well, before I go on the pick of the week, when you die, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to go to your grave with an underage kid and bang them and play Manowar.
What's the boy's name?
Whoever I kidnapped that day.
Nice. Nice.
All right. You want me to go first, or you want to go first?
Yeah, and go to the left.
Is this the left? Because my camera is like this.
Yeah. Go left, but high. There you go, right there. That one.
Oh, Night Demon, man.
Nice.
It's a double live album. It's called Live Darkness. It's amazing. This is a great album. And yeah, just traditional metal greatness. Night Demon, Live Darkness. That's my pick.
Nice.
Brian Wilson, Brutal Brian, is now their drummer. My buddy.
Yeah,
He was in my band.
That's awesome. I love it. Like, you know, life is a roller coaster, because he was like up here with, you know, Thrash or Die, and then he went down here with Yngwie, and now he's up again with Night Demon, you know.
Who would have thought?
Yeah. I listened to there's a brand new Yngwie live album from Tokyo. Brian's not on it. Not that good.
No.
Not that good. Yngwie's singing. Not that good. Yeah. What are you going to do? All right.
By the way, I love Yngwie J. I'm a huge fan. People goof on
Yeah.
him. I every time I see him, even when he sings, I enjoy the shows. He's a badass. I love Yngwie Malmsteen, and I'm damn proud to say it.
Okay.
But I'm not going to run and get that live album, that's for sure.
All right. We got to end this shit with a great picture. Hold on. Here we go. Keel Fest.
Night 3, I jacked out the scat videos and Ron Keel videos. I rock hard during the Right to Rock.
Horrible album. So my pick of the week, man, I've been obsessed ever since I heard Black Mamba. I've been listening to Alice Cooper like fucking crazy. So crazy, I even revisited the fucking Blackout trilogy, which I still think sucks. But one album, I know Ralph and I will disagree on this, but I think it's really good and worth checking out, is the second Alice Cooper album, Easy Action. I can kind of see, I shouldn't say kind of see, because I believe today was the first time like I ever listened to it like from start to finish. I listened to Pretties for You. Not good. I cannot fault anybody who doesn't like Pretties for You. Easy Action, on the other hand, I think is a really good mix of like psychedelica, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, plus what the Alice Cooper group would become once they got with Bob Ezrin. You know, like good Bob Ezrin. But Mr. Misdemeanor, Shoe Salesman, Laughing at Me, Return of the Spiders, Still No Air, some great fucking tracks, man. And that's where I'm totally at right now, man. I'm totally in fucking Alice Cooperville. And in fact, I'm even looking at like, I'm trying to see like, can I travel to go see the new tour? I don't know. I just spent a lot of vacation days on fucking Rockin' Pod. One more than I wanted to, but I did it. And it was great. But yeah, Alice Cooper, Easy Action. Check it out. And if you've already checked it out, or you're checking out for the first time, start a story on the Facebook page, man. Let me know what you think. Let me know what you like. Let me know what you don't like. And do the same. I'd like to start seeing this with our picks of the week too. Let us know what you think of that Night Demon live album. If you've never checked out Night Demon, they're fucking amazing. You want to talk about like a new, like modern fucking metal band that has all the elements of what we love. I mean, Night Demon's it, but check out the live album. Let us know what you think. And another thing, some of you guys are listening to this on Podbean or however you listen to podcasts, but a lot of people now, I'm looking at the numbers, it's kind of like split down the middle. Some people want to watch the fucking YouTube videos. Some people want to watch, or listen to it as a podcast. If you're watching it on YouTube, hit that fucking like button, man. Hit that fucking subscribe button and leave some fucking comments, man. All that shit helps this shit grow. Because this shit ain't like Almost Human. It's not an institution. We got to grow this motherfucker, and this show is basically new to YouTube. So, man, help us out, man. Help us out with those like and subscribes and those comments. Even just a comment, even it's like, fuck you, you fat fuck, or whatever, man. That helps the anal rhythms. So, do that. Where the fuck did Ralph go? Oh, there he is.
Yeah. Well, Ian,
All right. Well, that was Rockin' Pod, and coming up, some episodes we got coming up, I can tell you now, and I mean, we can switch it up and we can do all this shit. I would like to do an Alice Cooper episode. I don't know what album, but I'd like to do one with the incredible Chris Czynszak, who was a huge Alice Cooper fan. We still have the amazing Heather Drain is going to do Blue Oyster Cult's Spectres album with us. We have, I don't even know if I should talk about it yet, but we have a crossover episode coming up with Decibel Geek that I don't know, might break Ralph, but it's going to be fun. And also coming up 2 weeks from today, well, we're recording this one on Sunday, but 2 weeks from the day we're recording this is going to be my 51st birthday. And I think we're probably going to do a live stream, where you guys can come in here and ask your questions and stuff. That's going to be May 11th, 2025, my 51st birthday. We're going to do a live stream if the planets align. But we got a lot of shit coming up, man. We took that long break, but we're coming back. We're doing this shit. We're recording this on Sunday. I'm not exactly sure when this episode's going to actually air. It might be a day or two later because Ralph, unfortunately, he's the smart one of the two. There's going to be a lot of editing with this that he's got to do. So this might be a couple days later than normal. But I think it's going to be worth the wait. And I'm just glad we're recording again on a regular basis. And looking forward to the next one, brother.
Right on, man. Yeah, it's going to take me some time because I got a lot of things on my plate now. But when I find a little time here and there, I'll go on and edit. It shouldn't be that hard, but, at the same time, yeah, it might take me. But it'll be up before a week, for sure. Within the next 4 to 5 days,
yeah.
Hopefully sooner.
All right. Well, again, don't know what we're doing next week, but it's gonna be something good, something you're gonna fucking enjoy, and come back next week to the Rock and Metal Combat Podcast.
Oh my God.